안녕하십니까. Hey, what's going on, man? Appreciate it. Trying to enjoy it as much as possible. 70 soon, yep. Almost there. Good night. You must be in Korea. Good night, good night. Oh, Japan actually. Konnichiwa. I love Japan, man. I wish I spoke Japanese so I can speak to you in Japanese. What do you think about Twitch? Would it be beneficial for you to stream there as well in parallel? I'm streaming on Twitch as well. I've watched your video on Opinion on Classic World and subbed. I actually wish I spoke Korean. I learned Hangul back in middle school, but I wanted to play the Korean server of Grand Chase. But I don't know many words. I remember Grand Chase. Wow, what a trip in the nostalgia bus. I know very little Japanese too. I remember taking Japanese courses in high school, I believe. And I failed. It was too hard. Have you ever visited Korea? Not yet. I want to go to Jeju for MapleStory Cafe. Is that what MS Cafe is? I live in Kyushu, so it's very near Korea. I think I can take a boat from Fukuoka and arrive in 3 hours or something. Oh, you should definitely go, man. That sounds really cool. I went to Japan last year, actually. I visited Osaka and Kyoto with my family last year, around September, October timeframe, and I loved it. I loved Kyoto. I loved Osaka too, but I think Kyoto was really nice. We visited the bamboo forest, and we also went to some shrines within the bamboo forest. We saw the big river. We went on top of the bridge, and so much wind. There was so much wind on top of that bridge. It was amazing. Kind of busy with my research, but maybe I'll plan a trip next year. I also want to try to get some Ragnarok online merchandise as well. Oh, you're a huge fan of like old times MMORPG, huh? Oh, you're Brazilian. Nice, man. Lots of Korean MMORPGs back in the 2000s. I always tell people that Maple, like, it's you know, coming from my perspective of someone who lived in Korea and America back and forth a lot, and I played both KMS and GMS, it's always surprising to me to find out that a lot of Korean people don't know how global MapleStory actually was. And I always tell them, people from Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil used to love MapleStory. Johnny, what's up, man? Good morning. Good morning, Taylor. Welcome to the stream. 메렌 시절에 메이플을 어릴 때 하셨나요? 어렸을 때 메이플 많이 했습니다. 옛날 메이플을 2005년도, 2004년도, 2005년도 때부터 했으니까 2004년도 때부터 했을 거예요, 아마. 굉장히 오래 했죠. RF Online, MapleStory, Ragnarok, Grand Chase, Trickster. Oh yeah, all those games are Korean. You're right. We had our own server actually, which was quite different from GMS. Did you guys have your own server? You guys might have had like a Latino server. You're right. We never got pirates, for example, but had fourth jobs. Oh, that's a bummer. You guys missed out on pirate. Pirate was really fun too. We were playing before BB in 2011, for example. It was a weird server. I think it's because you guys were a little delayed. Most of the time how it happened back in the day was that KMS server would initially like lead in terms of update and patches and content releases. Then GMS, and then other servers and other regions would generally follow KMS. So you guys were probably right behind. I mean, Big Bang came out around 2010. 2009? No, 2009 Pirates came out, and around 2010, 2011 is when Big Bang came out in KMS. So it kind of makes sense. You guys used to call it BMS. Well, welcome to the stream, man, and I hope you enjoy. Hello, Guten Morgen. Isn't that German? 조니님 안녕하세요. 용기사 닉네임 추천해주세요. 용기사 닉네임이라 용기사 닉네임 추천해달라. 글쎄요. 이거 어떤가요? 기사용. 그냥 생각나자마자 말한 건데 뭔가 이미 어떤 분이 쓰고 있을 것 같아요. I'm guessing you're saying you're from Deutschland, or that's a language that I do not speak, sir. I'm sorry, man. I need to chat GPT that. 하이루님 안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. So funny when you use savage blow looking to the right as the kanji gets mirrored and they mess up my brain real good. Oh yeah, you're right. I never thought about that, but it does get mirrored. Do you know what the kanji says? I actually looked it up because I'm a huge fan of Japan and also like traditional Chinese. Not just their language, but their culture, their ideology. Not political ideology, but their religious and philosophical ideologies really intrigue me and I resonate with. And I looked them up. Do you know what it means? Actually really cool. Bye, love you. Okay. Do your video? Okay. 지금 한국이신가요? 지금은 미국입니다. You're close. I actually got you, buddy. I love this so much that I looked it up. Hard to see up there. So I put it on screen, and I will admit the viewers kind of helped me a little bit because although I love it, I don't know anything about it. It's really cool though. You probably know more than me, man. Impressive. Bloodshed, exactly. Isn't that so cool? When I found out what Savage Blow the character stood for, I was like, that's really cool actually. You can tell that MapleStory wanted to create bandits with an identity of making them the most aura farming class ever, the coolest class ever, starting from Savage Blow with its effects being so much extra than any other class in the second job advancement, into Assaulter, into Assassinate in the fourth job. You know, they might not do the most damage. They might not be the, they might not be the meta class, but they're definitely the meta class when it comes to aura farming. I love this class. GMS 클래식 나오면 해보실 건가요? 그럴 생각입니다. 친구들하고 클래식 서버가 나오면 해볼 생각이에요. Avenger has a kanji inside it as well, right? Does Avenger have kanji? The hermit skill? That's a good question, man. I don't think they do. I have to I'm gonna get an answer to that because now I'm really curious. So they're like extremely opposite. If it is koi, they're very opposite of the bandit, huh? Bandit's all about killing and bloodshedding, and violent words and violent kanji. Hermits have the kanji for love. Is this our tale? This is Mapleland and KMS. 메이플랜드 말고 다른 매월 게임도 해보신 거 있나요? 다른 게임은 해본 적이 없네요. 아르테일 북미 서버에서 잠깐 해봤는데 재미가 없어서 바로 접었거든요. 바로 접은 건 아니고 레벨 60 정도까지 키우다가 접고 그만했습니다. Ninja or Shinobi? I will have to look into it. This is not available to USA, right? No, unfortunately it's not. And in order for a foreigner to play Mapleland, you have to, it's very stringent. There's a lot of hurdles that you have to get through in order to play Mapleland when you're not in Korea. And quite frankly, it's just not worth it. 한국 오셔서 계정 만든 다음에 해외 접속 허용시키고 미국에서 게임 중이신가? 게임 할 수 있는 방법은 한국에 가족이 살고 있거든요. 그래서 작년 9월쯤에 가족을 보러 한국을 잠시 다녀왔는데 그때 친척 동생이 어렸을 때 친하게 지내던 친척 동생이 게임을 하고 있길래 나도 하고 싶다 해가지고 동생이 다 설정해주고 자기 아이디로 가입시켜주고 해서 하고 있는 중입니다. Does your name have to do with childhood romance? Like your girlfriend never picks up your phone? No, my son's name is Johnny, so I put Jonnyfather for that reason. What's the average level of our party? We have a level 73 Chief Bandit in our party. I didn't even see that. Wonder if he's using Assaulter. 곰은 꿀로 끈적거리고 내 동생이 내 분홍색 소파를 훔쳐갔다? 동생분은 다른 계정으로 게임 중이신 거죠? 메렌이 이상하게 동일 계정에 여러 IP가 접속 시도하게 되면 잠기는 경우도 있어서 동생은 메이플랜드를 접었어요. Damn, the 0.01 EXP per second is slow. True OG rates there. Yes, for sure. It's extremely grindy, true to how it was back in the day. But trust me, if I was solo grinding right now, it would be a third of what I'm getting now. The fact that I'm in a party of 6 people with a priest, that's giving us holy symbol. We're all working together to clear the map, all the monsters in the map within 6 to 8 seconds is as efficient as it gets. Because if I was to solo grind right now, I think I might get maybe 10 to 15% EXP per hour. But here in a party grind setting, I'm looking at maybe 30 to 40%. Does Mapleland include any modification to the original formula or something like that? Nope, it's a one-to-one emulation of old school Maple. That was the intention from the developers, and that's how they've been keeping it. Now, the content that's rolling out as the game is aging is not staying in the same path as how old school MapleStory was back in the 2000s. I think they're trying to be more mindful. They want to bring in new content, but within the framework of old school MapleStory. 킴님 안녕하세요. 어제 생각보다 많이 못 올리셨군요. 어제 더 많이 올릴 수 있을 줄 알았는데 경험치 쿠폰도 이제 다 썼고, 그리고 그 단단한 알도 생각보다 잘 안 나오더라고요. 제가 맨 처음에 황금돼지 이벤트 맵에 들어갔을 때 단단한 알을 2개 먹었거든요. 그래서 한 판당 2개 정도만 나오면 그래도 단단한 알로 이벤트로 1업 정도는 할 수 있지 않을까 라고 생각하면서 못하면 69 정도는 찍지 않을까 라고 이제 망상하면서 생각하고 있었는데, 단단한 알이 원래 잘 안 나온다고 하더라고요. 그리고 이제 몇 번 이벤트 맵을 가보니까 느낀 건데 하나 나오는 것도 굉장히 힘들더라고요. 그래서 어제도 이제 12시가 곧 지날 텐데 한 3개밖에 골든 리치한테 3개밖에 못 가져다 준 것 같아요. I thought you were wordplaying with 전화받아. Can you explain how that would be a wordplay with 전화받아? 가숙이 없으면 단알 먹기 힘들다. 그렇긴 한데 일단 헤이스트가 있으니까 전사님들보다는 잘 먹지 않나. 전사분들이 정말 암울할 것 같은데. Are there plans to bring Mapleland to the West? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. I think we're gonna get MapleStory Classic and that might be it. I believe you are a native speaker in both Korean and English, so it's so interesting to see you switching so fast between 2 languages. 처음 보는데 한국어 너무 잘하시는 한국인인가요? 한국에서 태어난 한국인입니다. You cannot do that at all with Portuguese, English, and Japanese. Hey, but you're still trilingual, so that's cool. I actually speak a little bit of Spanish, so people ask me which language am I the most comfortable with, and one time on stream I actually gave it a rating, like a ranking on which language is my most comfortable and which is my least, and I would say it goes from, like, in a scale of 10. I would give my English about a 9 or an 8. I would say I'm pretty literate. And then my Korean is probably about at a 7. And then my Spanish is probably around there at a 4 or a 5. I can do basic communication in Spanish, but any high-level conversations, any conversation that goes beyond your everyday surface-level conversations, I get stuck a lot. And I can't express myself to the extent that I want to. ¿Qué pasa, amigo? Háblame en español, a ver. 궁금하신가 보네. Ustedes son curiosos. Aprendí español en el militar. What MapleStory is this? This is called Mapleland in KMS. 영어 너무 잘하시는데 배우신 건가요? 영어는 일단 한국에서 중학교까지 졸업하고 고등학교를 미국에서 다녔거든요. 고등학교에서 미국 다니면서 배우고 그리고 고등학교 졸업한 다음에 군입대를 하면서 미국에서 생활하면서 자연스럽게 배운 것 같아요. That was a pretty cool Spanish. Could understand definitely. I get a little shy with Spanish. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I get a little in my head about it, but I gotta get out of my head. I just gotta tell myself it's just me, which it is. It's just me. My Spanish is very formal because I learned it in the military. And you know, the way they teach you in a formal setting for Spanish is a lot of reading the newspaper, watching the news, listening to anything that's formal, right? But one thing I learned about Spanish is that every country that speaks Spanish has their own colloquialism attached to them. So one thing is that they use a lot of slang, and their words are like there's a lot of street language. There's formal Spanish and then there's street Spanish, which is essentially the same, but it just sounds very different, the way they speak it. On top of that, every country has a different definition for certain words. So that's what gets really confusing for Spanish. 조니파도 전화 받아. I listen to rap a lot, so that's why I guess. I mean they rhyme. Okay, I see. You gonna play classic when it comes out? I will be playing classic. 시프를 하게 된 이유는 뭔가요? 일단 시프가 멋있고 게임 플레이가 재밌는 것 같아요. 저는 시프가 굉장히 재밌다고 생각하기 때문에, 그리고 이제 시프 같은 경우에는 시프만한 직업이 없다고 생각하기 때문에 그냥 재밌어서 한다 라고 보시면 될 것 같아요. Definitely. Chile's Spanish is different from Argentina's, which is extremely different from Venezuela. Exactly. See? Someone who's been around the world like you can definitely relate with me when I say that. You know, it's very different. And there's slangs in Korea too. So if you speak southern part of South Korea, you can go to Busan, Daegu. All these major cities have their own slang. And unless you live in Korea, right? If you learned Korean from abroad and went to Seoul, yeah, you're gonna understand. But then you go to the South and they're saying stuff that, you know, it almost is a different language. 조니님 파티 구하셨나요? 몇 함 정도 하시나요? 여기 파티 들어와서 이제 프리님한테 몇 함 하는지 물어보진 않았는데 한번 물어봐야 되겠다. 크로아타님 안녕하세요. Nowadays I've been forgetting a lot of words in English and Portuguese. I hate it when I want to point something to someone that does not speak Japanese and I only remember the word in Japanese. That happens to me all the time too, man. 본매도 해보셨나요? 본매 막탐이시래요. 플랑크님 여기 막탐이라고 하네요. 같이 하실 거면 같이 해요. 본매도 해보셨나요? 본매도 2004년도부터 메이플은 쭉 했던 것 같아요. 프리 메이플이든 프라이빗 서버 메이플이든 본매든 미국 서버 메이플이든 메이플은 내 인생에 살면서 쭉 해왔던 게임이지 않나 싶어요. What is your top 3 background music in Maple? Oh, that's hard. That's hard. I really like the OG old school MapleStory background music, so I really love Alinea. The Tree Dungeon background music is really nice. Sleepy Wood is really nice and calming. And what else? I would say, yeah, Alinea the town, and Alinea the tree dungeon, and then Sleepy Wood. Those would be my top 3 background music. Oh yeah, in Japan as well, of course, my girlfriend speaks the dialect of her city, and it's so weird to listen to. When I learned a lot of Osaka's dialect. So people look at me. People look weird at me. Why is this foreigner speaking Kansai Ben? What the hell? That's funny, man. I get, you know, as foreigners that live in the East, like you and I always, you know, I can completely relate with that. 안녕하세요, 어서 오세요. You are right. We only use que padre or que onda in Mexico. Right. In Mexico, que onda, que padre, you know, all of these words are very colloquial to Mexico. But you go to Colombia or different parts of South America where they speak Spanish, they don't speak like that, you know? Johnny, you did not tell me you could speak Spanish when I told you I was Mexican, Korean, and Japanese mix. Did I not? I must have missed it, man. I also get a little shy about Spanish, but I'm working on that. 치프 할만하신가요? 치프 재밌습니다. 너무 재밌게 즐기고 있어요, 치프. Ooh, I got a level, what is that, a level 60 earring? Level 60 earring, I'm gonna equip that after this run. Those are some of my favorite. The music in MapleStory is some of the best in video game music. So calming, I listen to it while working out or doing chores. I 100% agree. I think one thing, and there's many things that are good about this game. One thing that's amazing about MapleStory is the music for sure. They have some really good background music. They did such a good job with the music. And even, you know, I don't like modern MapleStory. I'm not a huge fan, especially after Big Bang and once they started releasing all these classes that I'm not familiar with. Like, I think I played up to the Resistance and then I quit, right? It just got too much for me. And Dual Blade already had left a huge sour taste in my mouth. But I was like, whatever, it's still MapleStory, and I remember still playing. But I was like, are you kidding me? You're making me pay for skill books now, like just regular skills. You're making me pay real money for those. I remember thinking that, and I still played. And I quit shortly after. Like, the game wasn't the game that I remembered and that I fell in love with. But one thing that stayed really good, even after the Big Bang, and, you know, even after all the classes that rolled out, all the patches that rolled out, every time, I think the music stayed amazing. They kept releasing amazing background music for each town, for each theme, each update. Coda Sound only composed bangers for MS. Evan and Dual Blade were such scams. I agree, man. Especially, I don't know if Evan made people pay for their skills, but Dual Blade, wow, what a predatory way to make money. What a blatant, like, in your face, give me your money type of update in a class release. make a super cool class that obviously people are going to flock to and want to try, and say, hey, here's your if you want to use his skills, you got to pay me $5, completely goes against the grain with how MapleStory had been in the previous like 5 to 6, 7 years. 주무시러 가세요. 네, 잘 가세요. 다음에 또 오세요. Alright, Omochi Katsu. Give me a like and a subscribe, and yeah, well, I know you said you already subscribed, but I stream Monday through Saturday, so come hang out. It was nice talking to you. $60 more to 1K sub. Yep, that's my goal. So everybody that's watching right now, if you can give me a like and a subscribe on the video, that helps a lot. Once I get to 1,000 subscribers, it will be a huge accomplishment for me. Then from there, we'll aim for 10K. From there, we'll aim for 100K. I'm really thinking about hiring someone to become a video editor for me. A lot of people want me to, when I upload my videos, they want me to add subtitles when I switch my dialect. Not dialect, when I switch my language. I have a lot of Korean viewers that would like to know what I'm saying when I'm speaking in English and vice versa. But I just don't have the time to sit in front of the computer and do all that work. I have too many things going on outside of my streaming time, and I already stream 5 to 6 hours a day. I gotta figure that out. I want to give you guys what you want. I just have to really figure that out. Maybe I'll put like an announcement on my YouTube page saying I'm looking for help. I'm looking for someone that I can pay monthly to edit my videos for me. We'll see. Unless there's like an AI program. Unless there's like an AI program where it can essentially do localization. Oh. Hey J Saga, what's up man? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. It's 7 a.m. in California. My man is up early. 자리오를 영어로 표현하면 어떻게 될까요? 자리오는 일단 미국에서는 자리오라고 하지 않고 채널 바꿔라, 채널 바꿔주길 부탁한다 이런 식으로 말을 하거든요. CC please 이렇게 말하는데 짧게 CC가 change channel 이거고 please가 please입니다. 그래서 말을 하면 CC please 이렇게 말을 해요. Good morning. Good luck with the grind. Thank you, Baduk. My wife and I are switching off on baby care. I'm supposed to sleep between 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. I see. 7 a.m. here too. Baduk, you're in California as well? Or are you in Washington? What other state is on the West Coast? Washington and California. 유익하네요. GMS 클래식 오픈할 때 한국인들을 위한 GMS 언어 강의도 해주면 좋겠다. Canada, West Coast. Oh, Canada. 형님 레벨이 잘려서 나오는데 혹시 비공개이신가요? 레벨이 잘려서 나온다? 아, 쇼츠 쪽에서 방송이 송출되고 있는 쪽에서 보고 계신 것 같은데 뭐냐, 쇼츠에서 들어오신 거면 제 채널로 들어오셔서 큰 화면으로 일반 화면으로 볼 수 있는 방송이 있거든요. 거기 가면 레벨이 나옵니다. 레벨은 지금 66이에요. I got a new subscriber. Yes. Yes. Don't forget us when you hit 1 million subscribers. How can I forget my members, man? Never. If there's one thing about me, I'm a huge loyalist. I love being loyal to my friends. Okay, maybe I should say it this way. I cherish the idea of loyalty. One thing that I cherish a lot in a relationship is loyalty. So I won't forget my original viewers. Now, maybe it'll come a time and a day where the frequency of our conversation might slow down, or you know, because my chat will be too fast and I might miss your guys' chat. But I'm going to always remember these early days. You know, how can I not? I've been streaming for a little over 2 months now, and you know, in these 2 months, and maybe going forward for probably at least a few years until I get to 1 million. 1 million is such a huge mountain. But even when I get a little bigger, these past 2 months have been incredible and very fun. So, you know, I don't think I could forget all those people that supported me in the beginning. Playing this one game, MapleStory, proves it. I think playing MapleStory proves that I'm just stuck in my old ways. I'm stuck in the past, you know. I think I should be able to level by the end of this run. 95%. I'll take a look at how much EXP I earned in an hour here, so I can get a sense of how much percentage I'm earning in an hour. Thinking it's around 30%, but we shall see. I think this party goes on for another like 10 more minutes. 테제라스 돌팔. I'm too good at those. They can't get me, man. They'll never get me with that. I'm so good at those puzzles, so good at the typing. Untouchable. 형님, good morning. How are you feeling today? I woke up a little sick. Like last night I was feeling sick a little bit. 어제 저녁에 목이 약간 다시 아프면서 몸살 기운이 약간 있었는데 와이프가 어제 저보고 하는 말이 몸 관리 좀 하라고. 그러니까 운동은 하는데 제가 매운 걸 너무 좋아하거든요. 근데 이제 어느 정도 나이가 먹으니까 너무 매운 걸 먹게 되니까 장이 안 좋은 것 같아요. 장하고 위가 많이 안 좋은 것 같은데, 그래서 오늘 아침에도 꿀에 차 타 먹고 꿀차 하나 먹고 최대한 음식도 가려 먹으면서 식성 습관이라고 하나? 식성 습관? 그 말이 어떻게 해야 되죠? 식성 습관이라고 하는 것 같은데 그런 것도 좀 고치고, 제가 아이스 커피도 굉장히 좋아하는데 한 거를 먹으면 장에도 안 좋고 그렇다고 하더라고요. 최대한 가려 먹으면서 몸 관리를 해야 될 것 같아요. 오래 살아야죠. 그쵸? 방송도 오래 하고 아들놈도 이제 크는 걸 많이 오랫동안 봐야 되니까. 요새 느끼는 게 몸이 너무 자주 아픈 것 같아요. 독감 걸렸을 때도 굉장히 오래 갔고, 독감 걸린 지 이제 한 달 정도밖에 안 지났는데 또 몸살이 오고 목이 아픈 게, 몸 관리를 좀 해야 하지 않나. 먹는 습관도 고치고, 식습관이라고 하는 것 같다. 식습관도 좀 고치고, 여러모로 좀 몸에 좋은 것도 많이 골라 먹고. 제가 운동은 열심히 해도 식습관이 진짜 안 좋거든요. 빵 엄청 좋아하고, 단 거 좋아하고, 아이스 커피도 좋아하고, 엄청 매운 거 좋아하고, 그러기 때문에 자극적인 음식을 굉장히 좋아해요. 제가 어렸을 때부터 엄마가 그러길, 어렸을 때 먹으라는 밥은 안 먹고 맨날 문방구 가서 군것질만 먹었다고 하는데, 매운 걸 어느 정도로 드시길래 음식마다 무슨 매운 조미료 타드세요? 저는 청양고추도 굉장히 좋아하고, 김치찌개, 된장찌개 이런 거 먹을 때도 무조건 맵게 먹거든요. 그런 걸 좀 고쳐야 될 것 같아요. 내 몸한테 좀 더 나이스하게. 아, 3레벨 남았다. 3레벨만 더 하면 저도 이제 19 마스터가 됩니다. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Your level is so high. Is it so high? If you're used to modern MapleStory, my level is extremely low. But even in Maple Land and in old school MapleStory, my level is like right around the middle. It's kind of ironic, really, because level 60, level 50, level 70, this spectrum of level is not that high compared to your average player, or compared to like everyone else. I would say I fall below I would say I would fall below the average, right? Like the medium of levels. But it is brutal to get through level 50. Like the spectrum of level from 50 to 70 is brutal to level. Once I get to about level 85, 86, things should feel a little bit more easier. Well, once I hit 75, no, maybe like 72, I'll see if I can find the party or Romeo and Juliet party quest. And from there, I'll stay there and level, if I have to, all the way up to level 100. But I plan on trying to join. I plan on party grinding starting from like level 85 or 86. In your opinion, or in my opinion, it's too hard to reach 69 level. You think so? Do you play Mapleland? What do you play MapleStory? And if you do, what server do you play on? It is really difficult to reach level 70 though. Right now, it's a I gotta get through this hurdle. It is a hurdle for sure. Let's go see. There's a chief bandit in our party. I want to see her use assaulter. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. That's what I'm looking for. Alright, let's see. I feel like these earrings are gonna make me look too girly. What do you think? It actually kind of goes with my fit. The earring and the berries in my head kind of looks it looks really nice. I'll be right back. 잠시만요. 프랑크님 준비되셨습니까? 잠시만요. 어디 가세요? 어디 가냐? 실제 저는 차벌을 가려고 하는데 게임 얘기하시는 건가? 차벌 갈 생각이거든요. 차벌 오실 분 계신가요? 어디 보자. 파티를 구인을 할 건데 사벌 심절 공짜냐고요? 제가 해주는 게 아니라 플랑크님이 해주시는 거라 돈은 아마 내야 될 거예요. 구해보도록 하죠. 프리 플랑크님 104 찍으셨네. 업하셨네 플랑크님. 난 50이 제일 작으니까 50으로 한번 구해볼게요. 네. 왼자 I 일단 구인글 올려볼게요. 아, 어떤 분은 45에 구하고 있네. 가격 너무 내리는 거 아니야? 지금 문의가 많이 오고 있거든요, 플랑크님. 뭐라고 할게요, 채널로. UL 67 썬콜 72 시프 I 우이 51도 구했다. 아, 다들 레벨이 좀 높으신 분들인데 어쩔 수 없죠. 경험 녹스피어. 아, 67 이상으로 60에서 70 사이로 지금 모집이 되고 있는 것 같아요. 한 분은 구했고, 녹스피어, 펑콜 좌이 계속 모집해볼게요. 이 67성 이제 딱 오른쪽만 남았다. U1, U2, U3 이렇게. 클레릭이라서 못 오신다. 클레릭 육성하시는 거 응원합니다. 지금 클레릭이 많이 필요한 상황이라. Level 60 and 8 daggers are my favorite looking daggers. My favorite dagger is the level 80 dagger. The level 61 looks really cool too, I will say. But if I had to pick between those two, I like the dragon tail a little bit more. It's kind of sad because I think the level 90 and the level 100 daggers are a little underwhelming. And even the level 110 dagger is a little underwhelming in my opinion. But after level 80, I'm not a huge fan of the dagger designs. But you know, it is what it is. What class will I be playing on MapleStory Classic release? Well, I would love to play Crossbowman, but about 10 of my friends will be playing with me. I've asked 10 of my friends who've never played MapleStory to play the game with me and to give MapleStory a try. And I've decided that I'm gonna play around my friends to enhance their experience with the game. So depending on what my friends choose, if some of them choose Crossbowman, or if they choose a Bandit or Ice Lightning Mage would be my top 3. And if they pick those classes, and let's say nobody picks a fighter, I plan on playing around my friends essentially to enhance their experience with the game. I think it'd be much more fun if you had a group of friends playing with you and everybody played a different class instead of 5 of us playing assassin and 4 of us playing cleric and 1 of us playing an ice lightning mage. I want my friends to see variety, and I think that's just for my sake as well. You know, it's secondhand experience is a real thing. And because I've played MapleStory for so long, instead of playing for myself, I want to see my friends enjoy the game. That's going to be my core focus. Now, if it was up to me, if nobody picks a Crossbowman, I want to play Crossbowman. Let me see who else. Okay, I got some tea. I'm going to playtest. What should I look for? You're going to playtest? Oh man, can I think about that? I would love to kind of tell you some specific things if you can look for me. 우일 이 이님이 우삼 one more person. We just need one more member in the party. Never thought about secondhand experience. That's such a smart way to also feel the nostalgia, of course. You know, I've played this game so many times and so many characters. I've been to Genesis Training Ground 1. Over 20 years of my life, I've played MapleStory. So instead of me trying to relive the nostalgia, I want my friends to fall in love with it and watch them enjoy the game and kind of have a great time through my friends. Can I play with you in Classic? Of course, man. Anybody can play with us in Classic. When Classic starts, just join my stream and we'll get together and we'll play together, for sure. See if anybody else is messaging. Nobody yet, huh? 어쌔신이 9일 92는 용기사님이 하시고 기사 이렇게. Let's see if anybody messages me. Please someone will. Do you think unique IGNs be available? What do you mean unique IGNs available? 그런 것 같아요. 봐봐. 그런 것 같습니다. thank you. 감사합니다, 프랑크님. 프랑크님 돈도 안 받고 시작하려고 했던 거예요, 방금? 프랑크님이 수금도 안 하시고 아주 그냥 응? 기부를 하시려고 하네. Look at all these people getting together to play an MMO together. Well, this is a true MMO experience right here. I like her customization. Looks really cute. I like the whole blue theme. The bunny has a light blue tint. Very cute. 형님, 날씨는 어떠냐? 햇빛은 쨍쨍한데 아직까지 날씨는 굉장히 추워요. 밖에 나가면 햇빛은 쨍쨍한데 눈이 녹지 않는 날씨? 그런 날씨입니다. 지금 밖 얼음이 꽁꽁 얼어붙어가지고 눈이 이번 지난 주말에 눈보라가 왔었거든요. 눈이 엄청 내리고 그 위에 freezing rain이라고 비가 내리는데 날씨가 너무 추우니까 비가 떨어지면서 약간 동결이 된 상태로 떨어지거든요. 우박까지는 아닌 것 같은데 우박은 엄청 크잖아요. 우박은 엄청 크지 않나 원래? 우박이랑 비슷한 개념인데 비가 내리면서 이제 비가 동결이 되는, 근데 그게 이제 눈 위에 덮이면서 날씨가 하도 춥고 바람이 많이 부니까 눈하고 얼음이 녹을 생각이 없는 것 같아요. 아직까지는. 날씨가 조금 풀려야 한 영하 0도에서는 영하에서는 벗어나면서 그때쯤이야 이제 좀 눈이나 모든 게 녹을 것 같은데 밖에 굉장히 추워요. Hi Johnny, how are you feeling today? I'm feeling okay. Thank you. How are you? I have a little bit of a sore throat. I've been sick a lot this winter. This winter has been brutal. If you live in the United States, you might know this, but apparently this winter's flu was a new variant, and a lot of people got sick and a lot of people died, unfortunately. And I think I'm just going through that. I think I was really sick about a month ago, and I just recently started feeling sick again, but it's not like how it was a a month ago. A month ago I had a fever, I had chills, I couldn't move, I wanted to sleep. Right now I just feel a little sick, a little fatigued. I have a sore throat, but nothing crazy. How are you doing? Well, thank you very much. And I'm glad to hear that you're doing fine. 저희 한국에서 시청하시는 시청자분들한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게 있는데, 예전에 핑크빈이 출시됐을 때가 2009년, 2010년도 이때쯤이잖아요. 시간의 신전에 나왔을 때가. 그때 디렉터가 오한별이었나요? 오한별님이었나요? 그때 디렉터가? 아니면 시간의 신전이 출시되고 한 1년이 지난 후에 오한별님이 디렉팅을 맡았는지 아시는 분 계실까요, 혹시? I'm so eager to play Classic. Can't wait till its release. Right now, I think I'm making a DK, but a hero is a close second. Man, that's a hard decision, right? I think if you want, right, let's talk in the framework of endgame. Right? If we're talking about endgame, it's very easy to distinguish hero and DK into two separate categories. I think DKs are more equipped to be a utility class while doing good amount of damage. And their gameplay is extremely fun. And hero is more of a damage class, going into level 160, 170 plus. In that time frame. Now Dragon Knights in the third job advancement all the way up to probably like 140, 150 is going to be stronger than the hero. I think if you want early fun and if you want to enjoy the game earlier than the hero, I would pick DK, because DK is Dragon Knights. Not only do they do the most damage in the third job advancement, they're also very fun to play in the third job advancement with skills like Dragon Roar and Spearbuster. Spearbuster being almost equivalent to a fourth job advancement type of skill. Extremely strong, hits 3 monsters 3 times. No other third job advancement skills in any class can match that type of efficiency. And then you're also equipped with Dragon Blood, gives you an attack boost with Dragon Roar. Extremely fun class. Now, on the same side of that coin, because it's so well equipped in the third job, if you end up making it to 120, if you make it to the fourth job advancement, your kit is a little bit more passive, right? And the hero is I would say a B tier in their third job advancement, or sorry, Crusader. Still very fun class with the with the mechanics of collecting your combos with combo attack and using coma and panic. It's a little bit more engaging than the Dragon Knight, but a little underwhelming at the same time. 아니요, 오한별의 디렉터 취임은 2010년 이후입니다. 우리 러시아님이 좀 넥슨에 대해서 많이 아시는 것 같은데 제가 궁금한 게 있거든요. 답변을 해주실 수 있으면 참 좋겠는데, 오한별, 그러니까 그 GMS의 디렉터가 지금은 오한별 님이시잖아요. Can I speak in English? I think it'd be easier for me to speak in English so I can be clear on what Actually, I'll just speak in Korean. 오한별 님이 지금 북미 넥슨의 총괄을 맡으셨는데, 그 GMS에서 제가 알기로는 북미 메이플이 디렉터가 따로 없고 2010년, 2009년, 2011년 이 시기쯤에 그 북미 메이플을 맡은 북미 NA 메이플스토리를 맡은 디렉터가 따로 없고 우리 한국 코리아 NA에서 디렉팅을 지도했다고 알고 있거든요. 우리 한국 넥슨이 코리아 넥슨이 북미 넥슨을 지휘하고 디렉팅을 했다고 알고 있는데, 그러면 그게 또 어느 정도 이해가 가는, 그 말이 되는 게, 북미 메이플이 예전에는 한국 메이플의 업데이트 한 3-4달 정도 늦춰지면서 출시가 됐던 걸로 기억을 하거든요. 그러면 2009년 한 2014년 정도? 그때 아마 처음 디렉터가 생겼다고 알고 있는데, 북미에 그게 맞는지, 그리고 그게 맞다면 북미 메이플이 2005년도에 출시가 됐는데 2005년도부터 2014년도까지 한국 디렉터가 북미를 지휘하면서 그 패치가 나오고, 그러니까 북미 메이플을 지휘를 하면서 맡았는지 혹시 아시나요? 굉장히 어려운 질문인데 아실지 모르겠네. 보통 사람들은 모르거든요. 저도 헷갈려가지고 잘 모르겠는데, 이게 어제 알아보려고 하니까 제대로 된 정보가 없더라고요. 2024년부터 오한별님이 북미 총괄을 맡으시면서 북미 메이플을 디렉팅 한 걸로는 이제 공개가 되었는데, 그 전에는 다른 분들이 그 북미 메이플을 디렉팅 하면서 했다는 정보도 있는데, 2014년 이전으로는 한국 넥슨이 북미 메이플을 디렉팅을 했다. 그리고 북미 메이플이 그럼으로 인하여 한국 메이플보다 한 몇 개월 정도 지연된 상황으로 이벤트나 그 패치가 출시가 됐다라고 알고 있는데, 그게 맞는지, 아니면 북미 메이플도 출시 날부터 북미 메이플의 디렉터가 따로 있어서 따로 운영을 한 건지. 참 어려운 질문이지만 모르시면 어쩔 수 없고, 제가 이걸 물어보는 이유가 방송을 하면서 생각이 드는 게, 이제 미국 메이플에는 일본 메이플과 같이 가차폰이라는 게 존재했거든요. 근데 그게 공부해보니까 미국에서 출시된 게 아니라 처음에는 일본 메이플에서 출시됐다고 해요. 그 시스템이. 우리 한국 분들은 가차폰이라는 시스템이 뭔지 잘 모르실 수도 있겠지만 그냥 도박하는 거거든요. 돈 100원인가 1000원 정도 내고, 부학인가 그게? 그걸 부학이라고 했나 한국에서? 기억은 잘 안 나는데, 돈을 어느 정도 지불을 해서 약간 티켓을 구매하고 그 티켓을 가지고 마을에 가서 그 그 티켓을 한번 내면 랜덤으로 아이템을 주는 그런 시스템이 존재했거든요, 북미에는. 근데 그게 공부해보니까 일본에서부터 먼저 존재했다고 하더라고요. 부하기 맞죠? 그쵸, 부하기. 근데 그 부하기 시스템이 미국에서는 그러니까 미국 메이플이 GMS라고 하는데 GMS가 2005년서부터 서비스가 시작이 되었거든요. 근데 부하기라는 시스템이 미국 메이플이 출시되고 난 뒤 별로 되지 않아, 시간이 별로 지나지 않아 부하기라는 시스템이 도입됐다고 하더라고요. 우리 근데 한국은 부하기가 약간 조금 늦게 오지 않았나? 국가별로 디렉터를 따로 두었다는 소식은 자세히 알진 못하지만 각국의 전용 컨텐츠가 출시하기 시작한 어느 정도 맞물리는 것 같습니다. 그래서 제가 궁금했던 게, 부하기라는 시스템이 처음 나왔을 때는 처음에는 그렇게 문제가 되지 않았대요. 부하기가 처음 나왔을 때는 뭐 사소한 주문서나 그리고 커스터마이징 하면서 캐릭터를 꾸밀 수 있는, 일단 부하기라는 시스템이 그냥 안 좋은데, 저는 부하기라는 시스템이 안 좋게 봐요. 근데 이제 처음에는 그나마 뭐 리버스 아이템이나 최상급의 콘텐츠를 완료를 해야만 할 수 있는 얻는 무기들이 처음 부하기 시스템에 도입이 되지 않고 그냥 사소한 거, 부하기에서만 나오는 템들, 뭐 레벨 30 스피어라든지 아니면 모자라든지 의자라든지 사소한 주문서라든지 이런 게 나왔다고 알고 있는데, 어느 순간부터 부하기에서 타임리스 무기라든지 그런 게 출시되었다고 하거든요. 근데 그게 제가 알기론 이제 핑크비라는 콘텐츠가 나온 게 아마 2010년도, 2011년도 그때쯤인 걸로 알고 있는데, 빅뱅 콘텐츠가 2011년도 말인가? 그때쯤 아마 진행되었던 걸로 기억을 해요, 저는. 근데 그 시기에 오한별님이 디렉팅을 했잖아요, 한국 메이플스토리를. 그래서 그 타임리스 무기와 리버스 무기들이 부하기에서 이제 얻을 수 있게 된 그 계기가 오한별님 밑에서 이루어진 건지 아니면 원래 존재하던 그런 시스템인지 그게 좀 궁금한데, 제가 저번에 방송하면서 굉장히 약간 흥분하면서 오한별님을 탓을 했거든요. 부하기에서 타임리스와 리버스 무기가 나오는 게 오한별님 탓이다. 그게 다 오한별님이 디렉팅 하던 시기에 있었던 일이다 라고 말을 했는데, 알고 보니까 부하기는 원래 기존에 존재했던 시스템이더라고요. 2006년, 2005년 이때부터. 근데 그때는 부하기라는 개념이 약간 다르게 최상급의 무기나, 그것도 이제 그 무기가 나왔을 때 정옵이 아니라 엄청난 상옵으로 나왔다고 하더라고요. 타임리스 무기를 부하기로 뿌렸었나요? 그랬대요. 그런 이벤트나 뭐 그런 시기가 있었다고 하는데, 타임리스와 리버스 무기가 일단 게임에 있다는 것 자체가, 시기가 생각해보면 핑크빈이 나온 뒤에 있을 수 있는 일이잖아요. 핑크빈이 출시되기 전에 타임리스와 리버스 무기가 나온다? 그거는 있을 수 없는 일이기 때문에 일단 무기부터 존재하지도 않았고, 그러니까 시기를 생각해보면 핑크빈이 출시된 시기가 아마 2010년도 그때쯤인 걸로 알고 있는데, 핑크빈이 출시되고 얼마 되지 않아 빅뱅이 출시가 됐거든요. 그래서 그 시기가 아마 2010년, 2011년도면 틀린 말은 아닌 것 같은데, 오한별님 디렉팅 아래서 이루어진 정말 대참사의 이벤트라고 생각하는데, 그게 굉장히 안 좋게 보거든요. 최상급 컨텐츠에 있는 무기를 정옷보다 더 좋게 부하기를 통해서 얻을 수 있다는 게 거의 게임을 망치는 구도 하고 체계라고 생각하는데 그 이전부터 있었다. 뭐가 그 이전부터 있었죠? 초대 이승찬, 2대 최은도, 3대 강대현, 4대 오한별님이 2010년도에서 2012년도까지. 그러니까 2010년도에 핑크빈이 나왔거든요. 아마 빅뱅은 2011년도부터 있었고 오한별 디렉터 이전에 이미 부하기에서 타임리스가 나왔다? 그럼 오한별님 탓은 아니네. 그쵸? 그럼 그건 말이 잘못된 거네요. 그러면 강대현 디렉터님이 그런 엄청난 사고를 내신 거네. 그쵸? 안 좋은 업데이트. Do you also do TikTok? I don't do TikTok. TikTok as a platform is very censorship. It censors you a lot, and I'll have to send you the video, Katie. I saw a video and I sent it to Raul too, and you gotta see what TikTok does. TikTok is extremely... It's just better to stream or upload content on YouTube or Instagram than to upload it on TikTok. I'll send you a video. 맞아요. 부하기 초창기에는 포션이랑 잡템도 많았고 대박이라 봐야 주문서랑 지우개 정도였는데 맞아요. 처음에 나왔을 때는 일단 부하기라는 그 개념 자체가 별로 마음에 안 들긴 하지만 뭐 잡템? 별로 이제 게임에 진행되는 데는 기존 게임에 존재하는 체계와 그 게임 진행에 문제가 안 될 만한 그런 시스템이 갖고 있었다면 뭐 사람들이 어느 정도 비싸진 않으니까 어느 정도 즐길 만한 콘텐츠가 있으니까 괜찮다고는 생각하는데 양호하게 생각하는데 타임리스와 리버스 무기 그리고 고렙에 그 돈이 엄청나게 많이 돈이 엄청 되는 그런 거부터 이제 출시가 되고 난 뒤로부터는 어느 정도의 도박을 유도하는 그런 시스템이라고 생각하기 때문에 굉장히 안 좋게 보거든요. So cozy live stream. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Give me a sub and come hang out with me often. Do I live stream on TikTok? I don't live stream. I don't live stream on TikTok. 부하기에서 비롯한 카오스 스크롤과 화이트 스크롤 이슈에 대한 지적은 오한별과 무관하다. 그렇군요. 오한별님이 많은 것들을 도입하면서 게임이 약간 그러니까 욕을 먹을 만한 게임에 굉장히 안 좋은 업데이트를 진행했다고 생각은 하는데 거기에 반면 그때 시기가 메이플스토리가 굉장히 암울했던 시기라고 해요. 그래서 메이플스토리를 암울하면서 끌어내기 위해서 엄청나게 그 많은 업데이트를 진행하고 캐릭터들을 출시하면서 진행을 했다고 알고 있는데 부하기는 그럼 타임리스 아이템과 리버스 아이템이 부하기에서 나오는 거는 오한별님과는 무관한 거군요. 그거는 일단 수정해가지고 영상을 올리려고 했는데 그거는 수정해서 올려야 되겠다. 제대로 된 지적이 아니니까. 아무래도 이제 사람이 많은 나쁜 짓을 해도 확실한 건 확실해야 하잖아요. 뭐 잠재 능력이나 큐브 이런 것도 오한별님 밑에서 일어났다고 알고 있는데 일단 확실한 건 확실해야 하니까 그런 거 괜히 내보냈다가 그러면 안 되죠. 보자. 오한별님 체제에서 일어난 문제는 그보다 훨씬 더 심각한 문제를 야기했고 13년 후에 발생한 확률 조작 사태의 단조와 원흉이 된 핵심 인물이기 때문에 그에 대한 평가가 오랜 시간 동안 지적되어 온 것이다. 아니요, 핑크빈이 격파되기 전에 타임리스 무기가 특정 이벤트를 통해 유출되었던 사건은 오왕별 시기가 맞다? 그쵸? 저도 어디서 들어봤단 말이에요, 그 소리를. 그러니까 핑크빈이 격파도 되기도 전에 부하기를 통해서 타임리스와 리버스 무기를 얻을 수 있다는 그 이벤트라는 그런 게 있었는데, 아무래도 유저들의 점유율과 그리고 사람들의 관심을 끌기 위해 그런 이벤트가 있었던 것 같은데 정말 무리한 이벤트죠. 그러니까 내가 가물가물해가지고 말 실수했나 라고 생각하고 있었는데 The fact that they had 오한별 lead GMS Classic is concerning. It is a little concerning because he'll do anything. Like he'll forego the original design of the game and philosophy of the game in order to bring up the player count and in order to make the game relevant. He'll completely just forego the systems that exist prior to, there's a lot of things that you have to really sit down and think about before you release. When he released all these new classes, he's also responsible for releasing Dual Blade and releasing skill books that you can learn. I'm not talking about fourth job. I'm just talking about regular first, second, third job advancement skills that you have to buy with real money. So he's responsible for a lot of things. I just wanted to make sure he was also responsible for the reverse and timeless weapons that released prior to even killing Pink Bean back in the day. And I thought it was him, but I just had to make sure. I didn't want to, just based out of my emotion, because I was really emotional the other day talking about this, about gacha, about the system of gacha. I got a little emotional, because I have so much passion for the game and I love this game. I wanted to make sure I was speaking facts and not speaking based off emotion. 정말 생각을 해보면, 아니 어떻게 그게 이제 정말 황당스럽고 어이없는 이벤트잖아요. 게임 내에 존재하는 최상급 콘텐츠에서 나오는 무기들을 콘텐츠를 완료하기도 전부터 도박이라는 시스템을 통해 가지고 신용카드만 긁으면 너도 최고의 무기를 낄 수 있다라는 게, 아니 어떻게 그렇게 생각이 짧을 수가 있을지. 메이플 스토리를 그동안 즐겨 하시던, 빅뱅 이전이니까 레벨업이 참 힘들었을 거 아니에요. 그리고 핑크빈을 시도하시던 분들이 그 시기에 엄청 많았을 텐데, 근데 너무 격파하기 어려운 보스니까 많은 분들이 도전하면서 시간을 그만큼 투여하고 게임을 접속을 해서 게임의 접속률도 올려주고, 이제 게임이 relevant하게, relevant 한국말로 어떻게 해야 되지? 그러니까 게임이 이제 어느 정도 시장에서 살아남으려면 유저들이 접속을 해서 게임을 플레이해야 되잖아요. 제일 중요한 게. 근데 5년, 6년, 7년이라는 시간을 공들여서 게임을 한 사람들에게, 고레벨 유저분들한테 정말 싸대기 한 방 갈구는 그런 이벤트가 아닌가. 그분들은 정말 몇 달, 몇 년 동안 시간을 공들여서 핑크빈을 격파해서 최고의 무기를 얻으려고 노력하시는 분들인데, 그분들한테 이제 그냥 너 그렇게 노력하는 거 바보다, 돈 10,000원 써서 부하기 해라, 0.01%의 찬스 확률로 리버스와 타임리스 무기를 얻을 수 있고, 부하기에서 나오는 템이 그 무기가 너가 유저들이 핑크빈을 격파해서 얻을 수 있는 무기보다 상업이 뜨고 더 좋은 무기가 뜨니까 얼마나 황당하겠어요. 유저들 입장에선, 고렙 유저들 입장에선. 현재 메이플랜드의 일부 주문서, 투구 민첩성 또는 기고리 민첩성 등 원작에 존재하지 않았으며 30%와 70%의 형태로 부하기에서 등장했기에 1%, 60% 형태의 일반 몬스터에게 습득할 수 없었다. 아니, 우리 러시아님이 그냥 나무 위키인데요. 나무 위키. 나무 위키 하셔도 되겠는데, 우리님. 어디 보자. 그 부학이라는 존재가 보완이 될 수 없는 아이템이 나왔으면 어땠을까. 근데 그 시기가 참, 이런 말을 돌려봤을 때 저도 이제 생각을 많이 해야 되는 게, 그때가 메이플 스토리의 암흑기라고 하거든요. 리그 오브 레전드나 그런 게임이 이제 막 한참 뜰 때라 사람들이 메이플을 하기보단 롤을 더 많이 했다고 해요. 그래서 한참 어려운 시기였는데 어쩔 수 없이 그런 이벤트를 하지 않았나라는 생각도 들고, 근데 이번에 메이플 스토리 클래식이나, 정말 메이플랜드에서는 안 나왔으면 좋겠지만, 저는 메이플랜드에 부하기나 큐브 같은 시스템이 도입되면 우리 한국 사람들 커뮤니티가 가만히 있을 것 같진 않거든요. 정말 그러면 안 된다고 할 것 같은데, 안 나온다. 다행이네요. 근데 이제 메이플 스토리 클래식은 아무래도 우리 한국 사람들처럼 그런 거 나오면 매장시키고 그러는 게 없기 때문에 이제 어떻게든 도입을 시키려고 할 것 같아요. 제가 볼 땐. 잉크웰 오한별님의 인터뷰를 봐도 약간 돌려 말하면서 어수선하게 안 나온다라는 말을 안 하시고, 말을 길게 하시는 거 보면 나올 수도 있다고 생각하는데, 만약 나오게 된다면 구하기로 통해서 얻는 아이템들이 교환 불가로 되어가지고 캐릭터의 코디를 약간 부각시켜주는 특유의 템이나 그런 쪽으로 나오면 괜찮지 않을까. 근데 부학이라는 시스템이 솔직히 정말 안 좋은 시스템인 것 같아요. 제가 볼 땐. 그래서 안 나왔으면 좋겠는데, 난 메이플 스토리 클래식이 어떻게 진행되는지 봐야겠죠. 근데 메이플랜드에서 나온다? 물론 안 나오겠지만 나온다? 그러면 이 한국 사람들이 가만히 있지 않을 것 같아요. 그런 느낌으로, 그런 이제 그런 걸 본받아 미국에 사시는 그리고 외국에 거주하시는 유저분들도 정말 강력하게 반대한다는 그 의향을 좀 표출을 해야 되는데, 표현을 해야 되는데 그런 걸 잘 못하는 것 같아요. Beef Bandit is fun. Oh yes, it's very fun. 오한별님 이전에 EM 밸런싱의 차등 수위가 50%를 넘지 않을 정도로 높지 않았다. 하지만 잠재 능력과 타포스는 인게임 수급 경로로 즐길 수 없는 컨텐츠로 EM 밸런싱 격차를 1000% 이상으로 벌릴 수 있도록 만든 사례였다. 시신전은 최대한 끌 것 같다. 왜죠? 시신전은 왜 끌려고 할까요? 궁금한데 왜 그렇게 생각하시는지. 일반 유저들은 작품을 잡는데 10분이 걸리지만 EM 컨텐츠를 거친 유저는 10초 만에 잡을 수 있다. EM이 뭔가요? I'm between Ice Lightning Mage or Assassin. Ooh, both of those sound fun. 과금 모델을 통한 컨텐츠를 이용했다. Hey man, I am looking so forward to MapleStory Classic that I'm buying a PC just for it. I currently only have a Mac, just waiting for more info from Nexon on the release date. Hey Dan, welcome to the stream, welcome back. That's exciting to hear that you're gonna buy a PC for MapleStory Classic. You're really putting some money into it, huh? Investing it. I can tell you really want to play the game. I hope they release it by April, man. If not April, May, hopefully. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I thought Maple was available on macOS as of last month. It might be. I think you can, but if you have an outdated Mac, right? Probably a little difficult, depending on how old your Mac is. The newer Macs come out with good chips and stuff, so you can actually game on them. But my Mac I bought in 2019, and even that one is sluggish. I can't really I had a hard time playing Artale on my 2019 Mac. Oh. It's been so many years. My 9-year-old is like, can I play with you? Oh man, kids will love this game. Gotta be careful. Kids might get addicted, man. Gotta watch them. But it'll be a great time. Man, I wish my son was old enough so my son and I can play this game together. But he's way too young. 형님, 클래식 나오면 KMS는 안 할 건가요? 클래식 나와도 메이플랜드는 꾸준히 할 것 같아요. 지금 레벨 몇이냐? 지금 레벨이 67입니다. 보이시나 본데 보이시겠까? Are you going to stream in the evening when Classic comes out, or do your friends also have flexibility play in the morning? I'll probably stream in the evening a little bit, you're right, because they probably won't be able to stream in the morning like me. I just saved you a couple of $1,000. Yep. 코지는 무슨 뜻인가요? 코지는 코지가 뜻이 어떻게 해야 되지? 그러니까 내가 잠자리에 들어갔을 때 샤워를 다 하고 잠자리 침대에 딱 들어갔을 때 거기에 이제 녹아드는 엄청 편하고 포근하다? 그런 느낌. 메이플랜드 오리지널 콘텐츠 내는 거 어떻게 생각하냐? 오리지널 콘텐츠는 뭔가요? 오리지널 콘텐츠. Sounds good. Looking forward to it. What's your bench, by the way? Man, that brings like a lot of feelings to me. I used to bench a lot, but now I do reps with 2 plates on each side. So 225. I usually rep 225s. Good morning from California. Good morning, Vincent. Welcome back to the stream, man. macOS에서 MapleStory 월드가 지원되지 않나요? 지원될 거예요, 아마. Seriously, I saw a laptop that I was eyeing for $1,500 or so. Oof, yeah. I heard the AI lately is driving up the computer part prices and computer prices in general, so I heard it's going to get worse. It's kind of scary. Like, I love video games and I love having a PC, but you know, when I bought this PC, it was on Black Friday, and I have a decent PC that I bought like 3 years ago. I paid about $900 or so. But everybody keeps like posting these videos and articles about how, you know, the PC you bought last year for $1,000 is gonna go up to like $4,000 or $5,000 here in a few years. So scary. Nice, you must have been buff back in the day. Back in the day, I look like the Pokemon, the rock Pokemon, Graveler, I think. I was just a buff balloon. But now I'm a little, now I don't take it really that seriously. I work in supply chain, yes. AI is hitting just like COVID did. Maybe not as bad, but similar. I play on my M4 Mac Mini and it runs pretty smoothly. It makes me think maybe I should invest in a PC now. You got pics, my G? I might have old photos of me looking absolutely roided out somewhere. I would have to dig up that photo. This was when I was in the military. And you know, when you're in the military, you just naturally start going to the gym because all your buddies are going to the gym. So in order to kind of hang out, like going to the gym is the culture, right? It just exists in the culture when you're in the military, so it's easy to get into. But when you're not in the military, you really have to push yourself and find the time to go. A part of being in the military is working out. Whether you work out in the morning with your squadron or your battalion, or you work out at the end. They'll let you get off work early so you can go work out. I wasn't on anything. I'm just saying it looked like I was roided out. I wasn't on anything. All I took was protein shakes. So my goal is to beat Zach. As long as my Mac can run MapleStory and not log like I did 20 years ago with my piece of crap desktop, I am good with that. I think you should be fine. The game is pretty dated. You know, you're not out here trying to play Arc Raiders or play a AAA game with water physics incorporated into the game. It's a pixelated 2D side-scroller game. I think you should be fine, Dan. Were you in Korean Army or American? I was in the American Air Force for 6 years, from 2013 to 2019. One of the best experiences I've had in my life. Not in terms of fun, but just eye-opening and experiences that you wouldn't normally get in your everyday life. Taught me a lot. I left the military with a lot. Just overall, great. Hong, if you were in the Air Force, you must have 20/20 vision. You have to have 20/20 vision to be a pilot. You don't really need to have 20/20 vision if you're not trying to be a pilot. 메이플랜드 측에서 모바일 환경에서의 원활한 조작 환경이 제한될 수 있다고 안내하고 있다. macOS에서 원활히 구동되고 있다면 padOS도 동일한 조건으로 구동이 됩니까? 잘 모르겠습니다, 솔직히 말하자면. 근데 모바일이 요즘 많이 핫하기 때문에 어떻게든 모바일로 같이 출시하지 않을까라고 생각합니다. 플랑크님이 아니라고 하네요. How old am I? I am 32, almost 33. 형님 한국에 살아요. 한국어 왜 이렇게 잘함? 한국에서 태어난 한국인입니다. 한국에서 태어나서 중학교까지 졸업하고 고등학교 때 미국으로 이민 오게 된 케이스입니다. MapleStory on iPad would be crazy. I think I would play it way more. Well, Mapleland you can play on your phone and an iPad. Hyung, what server did you play in back in the day? I was pretty famous in Windia, Korea? Are you talking about Broa? And Scania. I played in Bellicon when I was playing KMS back in the day. I played in Bellicon too. Not KMS though. Yeah, I played in Bellicon. It wasn't the most popular server, but it was like mid in popularity. Hi, are you feeling better today? You said you were sick yesterday. I felt so yesterday morning when I was streaming. I didn't feel as bad. I still had a sore throat and stuff. And then towards the end of the night yesterday, I started getting a little chills and a little bit more sick. But right now I feel okay. I have a stuffy nose and I'm a little congested, as you can hear. But right now I don't feel sick. I don't have that fatigue. I'm not getting the chills. I don't have a fever. But I'm a little congested and my throat is a little sore. I hope you guys all stay safe out there. The flu this year was terrible. They said it's a new variant and it's affecting a lot of people. And even within my small community of people around me, a lot of people got sick this year. And they really went through it. They really went through it. Even people that normally don't catch the flu or get sick from the flu, this year everybody was bedridden. Like everybody around me that got the flu was bedridden, including myself. I think my wife was the only one that really thugged it out and didn't get sick. Her mom, her sister, my friends who got sick, all got sick pretty bad this year. The only problem I have with MapleStory is that once you're at the end game, you just chill around doing nothing. Well, getting to the end game is the hard part, right? Once you set a goal of reaching 4th job, you just move the goalpost to 200. And if you can reach 200, it might be the hardest thing. For some people, it might be the hardest thing you do in your life. The mental strain, just the grind itself. There's a lot of streamers in Korea that break down and cry once they hit level 200. And man, like, I don't know if I could do it. You were a heneho. Oh my goodness, we have a heneho. That's great. Honestly, I loved seeing that aspect of the game where people just hung out and treated the game exclusively as a digital playground where they can socialize with other people. I think that's great. It's what makes the game more interesting, more relatable to real life. You know? I tried to be a henne person one time, but I think I just enjoy the progression way too much. You know, I like becoming stronger, and I like I like talking to people as I grind. Haha, I was the one who was above the required level when 4th job released in GMS. Nice, man. NAHO's creating massive guild drama was peak MapleStory. I have a really good strategy to reach level 200. I was top 200 to reach level 200 back in the day, but I think that's why Classic became pay to win, because there was nothing left to do once you reach 100 in the end. I like doing jump quests and dress up contests. That's fun. Now, were you a mean Heneho or were you a nice Heneho? Because there were Henehos that were just mean. Oh my goodness. I don't know why they were so mean. You look at them funny, you know, you emote at them as you're walking by, and oh my goodness, these Hennessy's, these clique of people would just turn on you and start telling you to F off, or, you know, just being mean, like bullies. But then there were nice people too. 왜 자꾸 영어 해요? 한글로 해줘요. 영어로 소통을 하시니까 영어로 답변을 하는 거겠죠? 한국말로 소통을 하면 한국말로도 하고. You were mean as hell? Why were you? Oh, you were a bully. I would have avoided you. If I walked by and I got the vibe that you were mean, I would have just avoided you. Would have been like, nah, I don't want to mess with that. But then again, I also didn't really entertain the actual Hennessy's people because I wasn't in that clique. I loved watching them. I loved watching people like crowd up Hennessy's and free market and just use that digital real estate as a hangout hub. It was nice to see, but I never really participated. To me, MapleStory, the enjoyment from MapleStory came from the social aspect. When I'm in a party quest or when I'm doing a boss or conquering things together with other people, right? I liked taking on enemies together as a party, and my social, my yearning and the itch for, and what satisfied me when it came to socializing with other people and playing with other people came from doing content within the game that were slaying monsters together, or completing party quests together, or tackling bosses together, stuff like that. I remember I used to give 1 million meso to random beginners who did bow expression. Who did the bow expression? He Kenneth's shenanigan. We had a lot of it, even in KMS. We had the Henehos, we had the bullies in Genesis, even in KMS. Can you believe that? And this is why I think it's an element of humanity, that it's not just regional specific, but you know, we had people that hung out in Genesis and KMS and they were mean. Oh my god, they acted so tribal too. They had a clique of 3 to 5 people that would hang out together. And man, they would chat it up. You say something wrong, or you say, you know, you tell them one thing wrong, you are done for. They gang up on you. They'll continue to type slurs after slurs, insults after insults. I mean, things that you probably never heard of at that age. And you're like, oh, and you start running away from them. Oh my god, I'm so scared. It's crazy how effective it was. Yeah, reaching level 200. I haven't said this to Chemin. Reaching 200 is a huge accomplishment, really. Bullying in 3D chibi game is wild. I know, right? We're all older now and we look at it and be like, wow. We can't really fathom being bullied in a 2D chibi game. But back in the day, man, it worked. It worked. And people did bully other people. They had nothing better to do than to just claim that territory. They could be level 8 magician, level 15 archers. It doesn't. These guys never left Genesis. They literally played MapleStory to exist and really and be territorial. Like, that is their space. You better not come in their space. You better not just sit down next to them. If you're in their area, you better pass on by. Kind of like fire poison mages now. They have this aura around them that you just want to be like, okay, let me not mess with this guy. This guy is gonna make my life miserable. Let me just not mess with it. Yo, once Classic comes out, let's all play together. I think it will be pretty fun journey we can all embark on. Sure, man. Sure, I'm down. I got bullied hard back in the day. I think we all have memories of being bullied, right? I remember I got bullied pretty hard and I tried to stand up for myself. And after about 3 minutes of confrontation, I just left. Because it's just, you know what they do? They just type over you. So they type so fast and they type over you. And in Korean, it's called 이어치기. It means continuously typing. And they'll get right in your face and they'll type. And you can't even see what you're saying. Your chat bubble gets covered by their chat bubble almost instantaneously because they type so fast and aggressively. I grew up on Xbox 360 Gears of War lobby, so I was ready. That's what I'm saying. You know, when we played Xbox back in the day, you go in a lobby, everybody's dropping the N-word, everybody's telling you all this, all that, slurs. And it was so chaotic and hectic. And look at us, we're perfectly fine now. You know? Nobody. I got a comment that said how uninsightful of me to want the chat to be unfiltered and uncensored, right? Because I think that's what makes the gaming experience fun. And I think that instead of developers being hands-on and banning people or restricting people from chatting, you can add in like blacklisting people, and that already exists. Add blacklist. You don't need to ban chat and stop people from saying certain things. I think it's because when you have sensitive people, you also have, like, if you have 10% of the population that's sensitive, you have 90% of the population where the words don't affect them and they don't care. You know, I don't care if someone calls me a slur. That's not going to affect me any type of way. If it bothers me that much, I'll just move on and blacklist them. But some people, you know, these Karens and censorship Andes, oh, he called me gay. Oh, he called me fat. Like, you know, I think you got to get over it. And if you can't handle that, maybe you should get offline, get off of online, get off the internet, and, you know, really exist in your echo chamber with other people in a game that's more censored. Or maybe you should actually seek therapy, because if words have that much power over you from a stranger that doesn't even know you, then there's some bigger issue going on underneath. The issue isn't the people, the issue is actually you, and you need to get offline and work on yourself. I think the highest I made to was level 72 Ice Lightning Mage. I got to about level 90 Dragon Knight. So 72 is pretty impressive. 어릴 때 메이플 할 때 무슨 직업 하셨나요? 잠깐만요. Some of my friends were 해내ho. 어릴 때 메이플 할 때는 용기사를 했습니다. 용기사 한 레벨 90 몇 정도까지 키운 게 최고 레벨로 키웠던 직업이 아닐까. 그 이외에는 레벨 60 몇 헌터를 키웠던 기억이 좀 있기는 해요. 그 먼 얘기라 기억이 잘 안 나기는 하는데. Which server is that? This is Mapleland and KMS. 형, cyberbullying became pretty bad that they started to censor. Do you remember that? Yeah, I remember that. I remember, you know, all the... I think the developers had a hard time trying to manage the amount of reports that were coming in, and when you have tens of thousands of players playing the game, even 5% of the population or 10% is a lot of people that are complaining about certain things. A loud minority becomes a loud majority. The thing is, when people are having a good time and enjoying the game, they don't really go and complain to the developers. They don't really make a complaint or file a report or write an email to the developers, right? Well, imagine you're getting all these emails from the developer's perspective. You think there's something wrong with the game. You know, you think there's something that you must do to make sure people are having a good time in your game. I think that's what happened. Because so many people complained and said, hey, I can't handle your game being so toxic, can you fix it? They took some extreme measures. And maybe that's why their game philosophy, you know, like their approach in designing the game from then on really centered around solo play. I think that has something to do with, like, partially has something to do with it. One of my Heneho friends became a dancer and was on the show America's Best Dance Crew. No way, really? That's so cool. Can you share her name so I can look her up? 오늘 채팅 화력이 좋아 보이네요. 그러게요. 오늘 많은 분들이 채팅하시고 참 좋은 것 같아요. 소통하면서 하니까. People need to learn how to use the block button online. Really? Block button exists. You know, if you look at my blacklist, oh, in this character I don't really have many, but on my Dragon Knight, I blocked people because they would come. I remember I blocked the Fire Poison Mage because they came and stole and started like KSing me. I was like, ugh, this guy, I don't want to deal with him. And he kept saying all sorts of nasty stuff. And, you know, those people I would blacklist because they're just being annoying, KSing you, you know. And I wanted to remember, like, in case in the future I got to a point where I have to run into them again or play endgame content with them, I was like, nah, man, you're blacklisted. You're going on my blacklist. It's not because they said a mean word. It's not because they called me any slurs. It's just that these people don't have... I think I was just emotional that I got KS'd. I got upset. If you are in the army, you know what, everyone is racist towards each other as a joke. Yeah. I mean, even when I'm not in the army, I hang around with my friends, and amongst the bros, we're all just racist to one another. I have a friend that's black, I have a friend that's Mexican, I have a lot of Asian friends, I have a friend that's from Puerto Rico, and once you get close enough, those jokes don't really mean much. It's just another element of humor. And after you say some racist shit towards one another, you guys go grab coffee or go grab some lunch. That's how it was for me in the military. That's how it is for me now. You know, now that I'm a little older, obviously, I'm not as childish. And those type of humor kind of isn't as funny as it used to be. But I don't think any of my friends take anything personally. 다들 가시네. Everyone's leaving. Aw, man. I was hoping people would stay so we can play more. Let me see. Let's put more. Let's put another message on Discord to see if we can find people. 과일 뿌리. Go. Her name is Yuri. She was in crew Kava Modern. I'm about to look that up. I'm in my mid-20s. You guys actually know each other? Wow. Are you saying my stream connected people that kind of come from the same region of the world or same area of the world? Guys, my stream connects people worldwide. I bring people together. I want some credit for this. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Blink Flank is here every day, I know. My man's been here with me since almost the beginning of the stream 2 months ago. When he started, he was only level 72, 73. So yeah, it's been a long time. I can raise his little, raise some fame. We're all chilling, having a good time. Let me look up Yuri. He was in the crew Kava Modern. I'm really like, I want to see this. Dancing with the Stars, right? I'm interested. I'm intrigued. America's best dance. Yuri. Kava Modern America's best. Let's see if we can see this. Oh my, I think I found it. Let's see. You guys ready? You guys want to see this with me? Let me just double check Discord, make sure I'm not getting. 일단 그 지원한다는 메시지는 안 오고 있거든요, 플랑크님. Here. Here we go. Mute that real quick. Kaba Modern Compilation HD. This is gonna get me copyrighted, but who cares? Which one is Yuri here? Is she the Asian? Orange County, California? Wow, they're good dancers. They're like breakdancing, right? You would call this breakdancing? Which one is Yuri? She's the pretty Asian? I can't tell which one's the pretty Asian. This quality's kind of bad. Looks like there's 2 females, maybe 3. Well, they're really good though. Is that her right there? Is that Yuri? I don't know. Miru actually, I don't know if she's here, but I wonder if this. Oh, that's pretty cool. That you guys all went to. You guys are all from the same general area. You know. So you guys. Oh wait. So Jaemin and Miru also went to the same high school then, right? Is that what I'm understanding? Every Asian and white guy with yellow fever had crush on her back in the days. I see. That's cool, man. I'm getting messages. 구한 것 같아요, 사람들. 메시지가 좀 들어오는데. 안 온다. 잠깐만. 명이지 그럼? 58 스피어맨 하나, 56 시프, 하수, 형맨, 우일이 없는데? 서울냉면, Nah, Mira just knows Yuri from MapleStory. I know. Oh, okay. Wow. That's right. That's right. She did say she knows Yuri from MapleStory. That's actually crazy, huh? How is it that you met someone in my stream that knows someone from your school? You know, sometimes I really think the world is small, and other days I think the world is too big for me to comprehend. I don't know. That just seems too, you know, like what are the odds? Crazy. We're gonna have a lot of warriors in our party this time. 현순이 2. 그러면 일단 보자. 어? 아수님이 우삼 가고 불원님이 좌 2. 좌3 가능하면 부탁드린다. 오케이. 그럼 냉면님 좌3, 제가 좌2. 다음 스피어맨 61 스피어맨. 우이는 62 사수. 우3은 일단 불원님 8. Have you... Yeah, it's crazy. 형, 오늘 사자는 어디 있어요? 사자? What is 사자? Have you tried Chrono Story on MS Worlds? I have not tried Chrono Story yet. I heard it's fun though. Is that server in English? No, this server is... This is a Korean MapleStory server. The server is called Mapleland. What do you guys think about his customization? I like it. I think it's pretty cool, right? I would give it about an 8 out of 10. Maybe a 9. Definitely has personality. It's cute. Like a man in his 40s, kind of delusional. And he's out in the field trying to catch butterflies barefooted. But he's not in his 20s anymore, or he's not a kid anymore, but he just like stayed in the kid mindset forever. And he doesn't want to grow up yet. It's cute. I like it. What about this guy? He looks like an American gringo, like a Westerner that went to a Buddhist temple in the mountain in China or in Mongolia, and he became a martial artist, and he's been through a lot. You know, he has a battle scar on his left eye from fighting martial artists. And he's all about chi, and he's all about balance and harmony. He only has to use his power when it's required. He's all about, you know, keeping harmony in the world. He likes to sit and meditate. Exactly. He's a gringo that went to Asia to find himself. And he did indeed find himself. Look at that face. He knows himself. And then we have Mr. Fling Flank here. He's one of the members of the Saja Boys and K-pop Demon Hunters. You know, he could be a baby face in the Saja Boys. And then you have someone like him who just does not care. He's one of me. We are the same kind. You know, him and I, we could be brothers. We could be from the same town. Flint looks sick, like sick as in rad, like that looks metal type of sick, or he actually looks sick. We just need one more person. I kind of like the OG look of just walking around with Game Gear. You think so? I like that too. But after a while, I do want to make my... I wish... The one thing that stops me from dropping like 10 bucks into the game is a little bit of a hassle for me, right? Because I don't live in Korea. And I would have to ask my cousin to spend the money. And maybe in the future I will. But I wish I could customize my character a little bit too. Okay, I got everybody. Can't you buy NX with Meso, or did they get rid of that? I think you can. But I don't know if it's allowed or not. One, there is a way to do it, but I don't know if it's allowed. And I'm not exactly sure if you can buy like aesthetic items to customize your character. You can buy like pets and water to revive your pets. Like I think it's called life water or water of life for your pets if they expire. You can buy smegas. You can buy that charm that doesn't remove your XP when you die. You can buy stuff like that, but I'm not sure if you're able to buy flat out NX, so you can get NX charged to your account so you can go shopping for clothing items and stuff like that. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. What level are you now? It cuts off on YouTube stream. It cuts off on YouTube stream, really? Are you watching on the shorts form? Are you watching my stream from the shorts? If so, it's probably cutting off because of that. You come to my channel and actually join the stream, the actual stream that has a better aspect ratio, you can see my level. But even then, you shouldn't cut off. Can you see now? I mean, I fixed it so you should be able to see my level even on the shorts form. But I'm level 67 right now. I'm hoping to hit level 68 today. So once I hit 68 today, hopefully by tomorrow I can be at level 70. Might be a reach, we'll see. I'm gonna try my best. Almost 70, yeah. I'm almost there. 3 more levels, or 2.5. I'm very excited. Very excited to use Assaulter. Tell us a MapleStory. Let's see. MapleStory, huh? Let me see if I can think of a good one. I'll tell you a funny story. I'll tell you a story between me and my cousin. So I have a cousin that's a year younger than me that grew up with me in Korea. He's my best friend for a long time in my life. We grew up together. We were raised in this small city in Korea back in the 90s. We were both poor. We came from poor backgrounds, so I lived in the basement of someone else's home, and so did he. And we essentially grew up playing soccer together, going to school together, and eating food together, playing with Pokemon cards together, collecting any collectibles together. Prior to MapleStory coming out, when we were about 10 years old, maybe 10, 11 years old, that was our childhood. We went to the field that was, because Korea was so poor back in the day, we didn't have enough money to have turf field or actual grass field to play soccer. We played out in the sand. And that's how the fields were for most schools in Korea prior to the 2000s and maybe 2010 even. We would play soccer in the sand. I loved playing soccer with him. It was fun. And we had a great childhood. And when MapleStory came out, we started playing MapleStory together, and we got really hooked, obviously, because I'm still playing nowadays, and it was a huge part of my childhood, and so was it for him. He was recently playing, and then he quit because he's getting prepared to have a marriage, and he's getting ready he's getting ready to marry his fiancée, move in with her, and life is about to get very hectic for him. So unfortunately, he doesn't play with me anymore. He did up to about a month ago, but now he's too busy living his adult life. And it's difficult in Korea, trying to be the economies, everything from the economy and the cultural standard of what it means to be a man in Korea is very different from here in the West. What the society requires of you and asks of you is different. But back then we played MapleStory together, and I remember there was a time I played a hunter and he played a cleric, and he was really invested in this cleric. I remember him playing the cleric and just being really invested, joining a guild, customizing his character, spending NX cash to get a pet. And at age 11 or 12, especially coming from a poor background, you would have to spend at least $10 to $20 to get to the point of where he was at in terms of customization and in terms of purchasing a pet and all this stuff. And $10-$20 was a lot of money to a little Korean boy back in 2002. And he was playing this character. He joined a guild and he started really being an active guild member. I could tell he was getting into it because most of the time when he plays a video game back in the day, he didn't really customize his character that much. He really enjoyed the game for what it is. He was not much of a big social guy. He was kind of like me in a sense that he liked the core gameplay of what the game was, which was training, which was grinding and doing party quests and playing with other people in that manner. But I could sense that he was getting into his social phase of his life, and he was probably 11, I was probably 12. And I remember watching him play. I was next to him and I was watching him play because we would take turns. We would get an hour each on the computer because we only had one computer in the house. Whether it was his house, my house, it doesn't matter. We only had one computer. And I'll tell you a funny story about that computer after this story. I'm watching him play and I'm just silently just next to him, watching him put in his password and watching him play the game. And I'm just waiting for my turn. So what we would do is we would sit next to each other and we would watch each other play as we wait for our turn. I'm just looking at him and I see him open his item tab, and this dude had like 4 million mesos. And 4 million meso was a lot of money back in the day when the game was pretty new. He also had an Esther shield on his cleric, and I believe he had a maple staff. Level 43 cleric or something like that. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I'm gonna rob this guy. I'm gonna rob my cousin. I'm gonna take his items and I'm gonna act like I don't know who did it. That's exactly what I did. Once I got home, I got on my computer and I logged into his account. Back then you didn't really need authentication or anything like that. So I logged into his account and I was like shaking. I was like nervous. I was like, oh my god, I'm about to do it. I'm about to take his shit. I transfer everything he had to my account, and the next day he logs into his account, because it was late at night. So I'm just playing on my account the next day at my house, and I see him log in. And he starts typing in friend chat, like, he does this, he does that, in friend chat. And he's like, what the hell? I think I just been hacked. And he's typing and typing to the people in his friend chat, to the people in his guild member, and I'm just silently watching him type. And I remember feeling very nervous, and I was shaking because I didn't want him to find out that it was me. There was no way for him to find out it was me. But I felt really bad too. Like, I was nervous, I was excited, there was a lot of emotion going through my young mind. And I was extremely nervous that he would find out it was me, but he didn't. He didn't find out. But he was so devastated. His young 11-year-old, or maybe he was 10, as a young guy, I could tell he was so devastated. And I just felt terrible. I felt terrible doing that to him. And I think he eventually quit. Because he, from that time frame, 4 million mesos with Esther shield and a maple Rama staff, and the fact that he has integrated himself so much and invested so much into the game to even become even be social and customize his character, and to get essentially hacked, right? I felt terrible. So I told him about a week later that it was me. I was like, hey, I know you quit the game, but I don't think I can hold this anymore. It was me, man. I'm the one that robbed you. I'm the one that took your stuff from your account. And he got so mad at me. And now we can look back and laugh it off. But I remember he didn't talk to me for a while. And it just broke my heart as a child, because that was my best friend. That was my best friend. We did everything growing up together. And my selfishness and my greed, I just felt so terrible doing that to my cousin. And I eventually gave everything back, and he started playing again. But there was that story. Like, I robbed my cousin, and after a while I had to tell him, hey, it was me, man, I'm sorry, can you forgive me? And he didn't forgive me for a while. But he eventually came back and started playing again. And after a while, he started talking to me again, because we were best friends. There's no way he was gonna ignore me or take that and hold a grudge on me. But there was a time that happened, and ever since then, never did I ever again rob him or do anything close of that nature. I just felt so terrible, because I could tell he was devastated. But now we talk about that stuff and we laugh. I know, and I'll tell you how close we were. We were so close. Like, try to picture a movie or something, right? Where you're growing up in a poor neighborhood, because Korea was still relatively poor in the 90s. I mean, we slept on the floor, and our dinner was rice, kimchi, and a mackerel. And going out to eat at Korean barbecue was maybe once every few months type of thing. So you can imagine how close we were. We grew up together, we did everything together, and this is an era where we didn't have phones, nothing. We played with mini cars, we played with Beyblades, we played with Pokemon cards, we played with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, everything you can think of we did together. We were each other's best friends. And I remember the day that I was leaving him, because there's a part of my life that you guys don't know. This is Mapleland. This server's called Mapleland and it's in KMS. There's a part of my life that you guys don't know, but I actually came to the US around 3rd grade for about a year or two. And my life is very chaotic and hectic, and there's no need for me to really explain in detail. You guys just need to know the general story. And it's easy to explain when I just say I came to the States as in high school. But I came in middle school for a little bit, or not middle school, in elementary school for a year. And I remember when I was leaving my cousin, we did one final night of spending the night together. So we went to go out to eat, because my mom and I were leaving to America. And all of the family came, and we have a big family in Korea. I have like 4 aunts and 1 uncle, and each of my aunts and my uncles have kids. And they have at least 2-3 kids, so I have a lot of cousins around our age. We had a big big festival, big feast before we left. And my cousin, the guy that I'm talking about, was my best friend out of that entire group. And we hung out, we went home, we played some soccer, just playing some MapleStory, then we went to bed. We went to bed together in the living room floor, just laughing, talking about whatever. We went to bed, and I remember my flight was really early in the morning. I think my mom had to wake me up at 5 a.m. And I remember giving him a kiss on the forehead before I left, and I said, "Hey, I'll miss you. I'll see you again," or something. I said, I said something like "be well," or "be well," or "stay safe," something along the lines of that. And he was still sleeping. I kissed him on the forehead and I left. And as the car was leaving to the airport, I looked behind and he ran out of the house in his slippers and his underwear, and he waved me goodbye. And I still remember that, and so does he. When I went to Korea last year in September, I get a little emotional talking about it. When I went to Korea last year in September, me and him had a little bit of a fallout in the past decade or so. But I told him, "Hey, I'm coming out to Korea. I would like to see you, and I would like to reconnect and rekindle our relationship. And as an older brother, I want to reach out first and be vulnerable and say, even if you reject me now, I want to attempt it, because maybe for him, from his perspective, I wasn't that big of a deal in his life, because once I moved on, he's still in his hometown. He still had his friends that he could run to in high school, middle school, whatever. But for me, I always lived in the past, because I felt like I didn't belong in the States. And I always watched Korean show. I always reminisce about the times that I spent with my cousin. That's why I always played MapleStory and Korean games and watched Korean TV shows while I was living in Korea. And I think I just really wanted to reconnect with him, because he's a huge part of my life. Not only just childhood, but part of my life. And, we rekindled. And I basically, we basically made up and we started our friendship again. And we're still in communication till this day. We talk a lot. And I asked him, "Do you remember those times where I hacked your account?" And he remembers. He's like, "Yeah, I remember, you asshole." And I'm like, "Yeah, good times." And he also remembers a time where he ran out in flip-flops in the middle of a broken down city in Korea. It was Hanam City, and we lived in a little apartment complex. It was his house. It was the second floor of his little apartment building. And I remember him running out and just watching me leave. And I remember looking out the back of my car, in the back seat, from the back seat. It was really like a movie scene. And he waved me goodbye, and I waved at him goodbye. And I think I cried. Like, I actually cried as a kid, leaving my cousin. You know, and that's the type of relationship that him and I had back in the day. And I freaking hacked it, man. I robbed from him, and it hit me so hard that I just couldn't take it. The 4 million meso, the level 43 Rama staff, the Esther shield, and all the little items that he had. When he logged in and seeing my best friend be devastated just hit me like a truck, and I couldn't do it. So I gave it all back, and I told him I'm sorry. But you know, we laugh about it now, and he didn't hold a grudge on me. He actually forgave me about a week later, and yeah, that's how it went. And I gotta say, we were so poor back in the day. Is your cousin also a hapa? What is a hapa? I gotta say one more thing. I have one more story for you guys. We were so poor back in the day when I was growing up. And everybody, like I said, I had a lot of cousins. Let me count. I had 2 from my older aunt. My mom is the second, so she just had me. I'm the only child from my mom. Well, at that time I have a huge gap with my brothers. So I have younger brothers that are way younger than me. No, he's a pure Korean. He's a pure blood. So and then I have 2 older cousins. I have my best friend who has a sister who's my age, so that's already 4 cousins. And then I have 2 more cousins from my uncle, who's around our age again. So I have, what is that? 4, 6. Me, including me, was 7. Yeah, we had 7 cousins, 7 kids, all within the same age. Maybe the oldest one was like 3 years older than me, and the youngest was 3 years younger than me. So everybody was like age from 6 to 10, 6 to 12, essentially. We all grew up together in Korea. But we grew up so poor, right? I still remember back in the day, we were so poor that when we all gathered at my cousin's house to play MapleStory, we would all take turns. And if you played one time, that was it. If there's like 6 kids and everybody gets an hour, I think we did it by 30 minutes. But our computer was so trash that we were playing on a computer that was honestly super dangerous. I don't know what. But you know, you got to remember, this is 90s in the Korea. The standard of safety, the standard of being mindful and being conscious about safety did not exist in Korea. We were too busy trying to just survive. And we were playing on a computer that would shock us. Like every time we touched the keyboard, intermittently, it would send out a shock, like tuk tuk, and we would still play on that. And anytime you try to like turn the power on from a computer or power the computer off, or if you put we would put our feet on top of the motherboard, and the motherboard would send a shock up our leg. And essentially it got so bad that if you were just sitting in front of the computer and the motherboard was on the desk, like it was just kind of sitting on, it was like a little desk where, you know, you could sit in front of the desk and there was a motherboard holder, like a PC holder to the left, to the bottom left where the computer just sat. And eventually it got so bad that it was emitting so much electrical frequency that resting our wrist on the table would send shocks. So we would have to really like play like this, you know, because we didn't want to get shocked. And we wanted to play MapleStory so bad that we just went through the pain to play. And that PC was such a piece of crap that it would turn off every once in a while. The monitor would freeze, and no matter what you do, and as kids, what do? You smack your computer if it doesn't work, or you know, you kick your computer if it doesn't work. And surprisingly, sometimes that would work. Sometimes it would work. So we kept doing that to the computer, which caused more problems as time went on. And we would ask, hey, you know, my cousin would ask his mom, hey, can we get a new computer? Hey, you know, like our computer's not working, can we get it? Of course not. We don't have, they didn't have money to buy us a new computer. So it was a bunch of kids from age like 9 to 13 trying to make the computer work so we could play MapleStory. And originally it started out with us punching, kicking the PC, and that worked for a little bit until it didn't. And I think I left the country. I came to the States before it completely shit on him, and they had to replace it one way or another. I think he did eventually end up replacing it, but I just remember the environment that we were in. We had no AC, middle of summer, and he lived on the 3rd floor where the sun was just brutal back in the day in Korea. We would sweat in front of a PC that was emitting so much heat while we're getting shocked, and the sun is coming through the window, and we would leave the window open so we could get some breeze. It was just terrible environment, but whatever we could do to play MapleStory, we did. And the best time was when I would go to PC Cafe, because they would have AC just blasting, right? Or you would go to a sauna, Korean sauna, and every sauna came with a PC Cafe attached to the sauna. So you would order yourself, back in the day it was like $1 to order a rice drink. It's called 식혜. You get some 식혜 or 미숫가루, these type of Korean traditional drinks, and you just got done showering, AC is blasting, there's no sun, you're not getting shocked, you're chilling on this nice comfy chair, and you just grind it out all night. Because the thing with so what would happen is if you enter a Korean sauna, you only have to pay the entrance fee one time, and you don't have to pay again. You can stay there overnight. You could essentially stay there forever. Now eventually I'm sure the owner will come and like find you if you're there for days and stuff, but it got to a point that some people couldn't pay rent or afford a house. They would pay the entrance fee every week or so because it was so cheap. It was so cheap to go to a sauna and enjoy the sauna. They had AC, they had a place where you could sleep. Their food was kind of expensive, but they also served food in the lobby, go shower, whatever. So some of these guys, like my friends that I grew up with, because they were so poor, their parents actually paid the owner of the sauna weekly for him and his son to stay and essentially become, people that live there. But anyway, that's another story. My cousin and I would go, and if other cousins wanted to come, it was the best thing that we could do at the time. You go play some soccer, you go play out in the heat, and maybe you met your uncle and he's in a good mood because he has some alcohol, and he gives you $10. And $10 would be enough to get you into the sauna and also spend all day there while drinking some drinks or having some snacks, and you just play MapleStory nonstop. Those are the memories that I have, and yeah, it's a great memory. You were poor, but it seems like you had great memory. I had great memories growing up. I also grew up quite poor, and surprisingly the best memories I have was when I was a child and poor. Something about being poor, I don't know, there's a lot of memories, or maybe it doesn't have anything to do with you being poor, but more so that back in the day life was a little bit more simple. We didn't have phones, and just being a child, I guess, when you're a kid, but nowadays kids have phones and all they do is just stay on their phone or their iPads. I'm not sure, but I had great memories, that's for sure. Did you eat boiled eggs too at sauna? Oh yeah. Boiled eggs, you get some little bit of salt. Boiled eggs were cheap. They would give me 3 eggs for like 75 cents. Maybe cheaper, 25, 30 cents. 3 boiled eggs. Eat that, go into the sauna, sweat a little bit, come out, feel refreshed. Go into the ice room right after the sauna. Lay down a little bit, watch TV in the lobby. They had a giant TV, they played a lot of variety TV shows. And then I'd be like, hey, you want to go to the PC Cafe to my cousin? Like, you want to go play some Maple? You want to go play sudden attack? Let's go, let's go, let's go. You just chill. You kick it and you chill. Life was great. No worries. You know, no complaints. You had $10. You could spend that $10 at the sauna all day, just chilling with your best friend. Great times. Bro, you played sudden attack too? Oh yeah, I loved sudden attack. Sudden attack was chill, it was fun. I was quite good at it too. I was really good at sudden attack. I played sudden attack once I came to the States too. There was, for a short amount of time, sudden attack existed in NA. You were in the clan Ulsan in NA? I was in the clan What the Fuck. Do you remember What the Fuck clan? If you played in NA? My family used to collect bottles for money, and some of my best memories are from back then. I remember Ulsan clan. There was also in NA Endai clan, which was number 1. I was in the What the Fuck clan, and then there was also Ulsan clan. Ulsan was also in Korea too though. So some of the best memories are from back when you used to collect bottles for money with your family. Something about the old times were simple, right? Where for some reason it just... But maybe we just think that way because it was our childhood. And when you ask anyone, no matter their origin, you ask them about their childhood, everybody has really good memories about their childhood. One way or another, they had a good time and they had fun. So maybe it's just life is good when you're young, you know? What was my IGN? I was What the Fuck Juan, I believe. I think that's how it was spelled. It was so long ago. I mean, we're talking at least 15, no, at least 14, 13 years ago. Such a long time ago. No way you remember. There's no way. What was your name? What was your ID in Sudden Attack? I used to play Sniper, yeah. I like Sniper a lot, but a lot of my clan members were older than me. So I essentially did what they wanted me to do. There was What the Fuck Juan, What the Fuck Ryan, What the Fuck, What the Fuck. There's someone else. There's Ryan, Juan, there's one more. The clan master was 2 brothers. They were 2 brothers that made the clan and I joined them. My clan members were rude? Were they? I don't remember. It was pretty heated back in the day though. Like, everybody accused one another of hacking, and I think people were just hostile a little bit back in the day. But they were all nice to one another. 파티원들, 저 사람 혼자 뭐라는 거지. 정신병자라고 생각하겠죠. Black Quartz, welcome man, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I've seen your ID before, I've seen your name before. Welcome back to the stream. I remember you. You were Ulsan Kitty? Yeah, it's been so long, I don't really remember. 형님 구독 곧 1000명이네요. 지금 몇 명이죠? 940명 정도 되지 않나? (950명) 50명 남았네요. I think we used Game Talk back in the day. 뭐야, 한국말 왜 이렇게 잘하심? 한국 사람입니다. 한국에서 태어난, 한국에서 중학교까지 생활하고 미국으로 이민 오게 된 케이스입니다. Yeah, really a small world. That's crazy that you played Sudden Attack 2 back in the day. Oh, I didn't type at all. Back in the day, I did not type. All of my big brothers in the clan would type for me, and they were the one that handled any disputes that we had. We were actually really chill. There was one member in our clan. He was like in his 30s back in the day, so he's probably in his 40s, 50s now, but he was pretty aggressive. I remember that. But the two brothers that were the masters of the guild, that created the guild, it was Ryan and Ray. Oh, it was what the fuck Ray. It was Ryan and Ray. And those guys I still am friends with on Instagram, ironically. I found them on Instagram and I told them, "Hyung, it's me, remember? I'm Juan." And he's like, "Oh, really? Oh my god." So we became friends, and I still follow those two. And we comment on each other's photos now and then. They're old now, they all have their kids, married. But those guys were really chill. They were really nice people. Now one guy, what the fuck, Juan, I don't know, I haven't found him on Instagram. I don't even know if he has one, but I remember he was a little bit brazen. 영어를 너무 잘해서 외국인인 줄 알았다. 그렇군요. 한국 사람입니다. I remember, I miss the old Sudden Attack. I wish Sudden Attack exists in NA. I love Sudden Attack, man. Back in the day, you play the third warehouse, the third supply house, I think it's called. Dragon Road. Warehouse to get your hands warmed up for quick deathmatch. All those, it was so fun. Such a small world, yeah, you're right. Really. I can't believe you remember so much. Your memory is really good. I can't remember events that far back. I can remember, like, I have like memories of certain parts from that time of me playing the game. I don't remember much. I think either Ulsan or Never Die was rank 1, and Ulsan might have been 2, and I think What the Fuck we were like rank 3 or 5. Like we were the top 5 for sure. So much grinding. So much training. I remember when I was level 58 Bandit, I wanted to come here so bad. But now that I'm here and I've been here for like at least 20 hours, I just want to leave. It's insane how these guys don't drop a single scroll for me. Well, they dropped earring for health, which I sold for 600k. But these guys also drop cape for dexterity 60%, which would be really nice if I could get it. 안녕하세요. 이거 메렌인가요? 메이플랜드입니다. 맞습니다. Are you Korean? I'm Korean, yes. Indeed. How expensive is it going dexless in Mapleland? Very expensive. Thieves already are extremely expensive to play. You have to... They require... In order to hit your maximum potential, you have to drop a lot of money on thieves, on assassins. You think about, you know, just the throwing stars alone, they're very expensive. And on top of that, if you try to go dexless, that means you have to really... Like you have to, there's no other choice. You have to get expensive items to bring up your dex. Because the thing is, you can wear Maple Claw only up to so far until it falls off and it becomes pointless to go dexless. If you're gonna go dexless, you gotta have... It still isn't really worth it unless you can wear at least a really good level 80 or 90 claw. If you can go dexless and use items to bring up your dex to, I don't know, like level 100 dex, and then you think about wearing horntail necklace that's been buffed with the stat boost, it's been boosted, and then you have Zakum helm that gives you dex. You know, if you can somehow manage to get the dex up just purely by items to the point where you can at least wear a level 100 claw, I would say it's worth it. But I'm not exactly sure if it's worth it in terms of money wise, like financial wise. You might as well just go a standard assassin with a, instead of being dexless, capping your dex at a certain point would be a lot better. I think it makes more sense. I am going to be playing an axe fighter in classic. The bleed is hopefully going to be awesome. That's awesome, man. That's awesome, Steven. I think it's going to be very fun. The whole bleed effect, the damage over time effect. Good for you. Trying something new is awesome. Try going one-hand axe and shield build. You know, I always encourage people to try something new and not just go the meta or what other people tell them to play. I'm going to Ice Lightning. I never played that before. Ice Lightnings are awesome too. If I can't do Crossbowman, I'm thinking of playing Ice Lightning Mage with my friends. I've never played Ice Lightning Mage either. Fire Poison Mage looks awesome too. Played it when I was 12. Well, because Fire Poison Mages are also getting buffed, it looks very viable too, right? It looks very fun. I think all classes look fun, and I might be slightly biased because I love this game. Now, one thing that doesn't look fun for me is a cleric. I don't think clerics are fun. Clerics don't look that fun to me. You don't think you have it in you to play another cleric? Yeah, if you played a cleric before, to try to play a cleric again. But, you know, maybe it'll be different in Classic, you know? The heal did get nerfs, so your playstyle is going to radically change. Your playstyle is going to radically change now. You're not going to be spamming heal at coolie zombies for eternity. You could actually use Angel Ray or Holy Arrow to train at different spots. I saw a short of you the other day. Looked like you blacked out your arm. Not frowned upon in Korea? Korea's culture is slowly becoming more and more progressive. So tattoos, cannabis, all these things are slowly being more culturally appropriate, like culturally acceptable. It used to be very frowned upon not that long ago. I feel like they will be enough clerics so I don't have to be a HS slave. I hope there's a lot of clerics. Clerics are what makes the gaming experience more fun, in my opinion, because they're the only true utility support classes that exist in the game. Without clerics, it's all damage dealers, you know? And the structure kind of goes around who does the more damage, and there's going to be more emphasis on damage, and there already is an emphasis on damage. We don't need more of it. The cleric is a good I guess cleric is a good, it's good that clerics exist to kind of keep, and I think with clerics existing as a true support utility class, I want them to branch out. I talked about this yesterday on stream too. If they can branch out in that realm of creating more utility support classes like a bard, I talked about a bard yesterday, or maybe instead of a healing support class, maybe they could do a support class that gives shields or regen with shields. That would be really cool, right? Kind of stealing the idea from Final Fantasy XIV a little bit. Because Final Fantasy has a cleric, like your traditional healer, and then they have a shield cleric, which is a really cool concept. I feel like I would 100% play a bard. Me too. I think bards would be so awesome. Giving random buffs. I don't know how they would incorporate it, but the idea sounds so awesome, doesn't it? I hope we see third job before we have to pick our classes. Something tells me, you know, actually that's a good point, right? Because the game is so grindy by nature. Once we start our classes, you're starting, and then let's say third job advancement doesn't come out for a few months. In a few months time, people are gonna hit level 40, 50, maybe even 60, and then the third job gets announced, and the skills get announced, and it's completely different than what you expected, or there is no change essentially, and you're disappointed with that. Just overall, it's a disappointment for you, and you didn't know. Hey June, welcome to the stream. Is Classic coming to KMS as well? I don't think so. I think Classic is going to stay strictly in GMS. The server that I'm playing now, Mapleland, is extremely successful in Korea. So I don't see why they would feel the need to bring in a Classic server to KMS. Got about 10 minutes left, party. I think when I finish and I go do the event that's currently going on, and I get enough of the golden eggs that give EXP, I should be able to hit level 68. It is a grind, guys. I've been here for so long. I've been here since level 60. I think it's been at least, well, when I started really, I've been playing Bandit for 2 days or 3 days now consecutively, and putting in about 4 to 5 hours each day. I went from level 61, 62 to 68, it looks like, by the end of this. And that's with the help of the event that's giving out massive EXP for the golden eggs, the golden egg event that's going on in Mapleland. So if I didn't have that event, I'm sure I'd be like level 65 right now. When do you leave for a new training ground, new training spot? I think I'll be here. I'll probably leave here once I hit 3rd job advancement. And as a bandit, it's really hard to join a party as a bandit, right? So when I hit level 70, I'll probably go to Magatia and solo grind there while looking for Romeo and Juliet party quest. 외국인이 메이플랜드 하는 거 처음 보네요. 아하, 그런가요? Wow, very impressive. Thank you. You speak any other languages? I speak Korean, I speak English, and I speak Spanish. 곧 3차 화이팅, 감사합니다. Wait, a MapleStory that is not attacking the whole map with one skill? That's right. The good old school MapleStory classic experience. The way we like, right? We like this. We like this more than watching the gameplay itself, right? Of course we do. This is more fun. I love old school so much. Same, brother. 100% agree. Bien dicho, amigo, así es. Y estoy de acuerdo. Todos que están aquí son de acuerdo. O están de acuerdo. No nos gusta Modern MapleStory. Y el gameplay de Modern MapleStory no nos gusta. No es un juego. 혹시 혼혈이신가요? 그렇습니다. 혼혈입니다. 영국 아버지와 한국인 어머님 사이에서 태어난 혼혈입니다. When MapleStory Global will be classic, any idea? I think classic server will come out in April. That is my best guess. If not April, May is what I'm assuming. But there's no official date that's been released yet. A lot of speculation and some really great speculations with a good theory behind it, which is April and May at the moment. Also, does cash item, clothes, and pet last 90 days still? Oof, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm sure the pet will have a time limit, like a limited time, like a set duration. But cash items having duration is not a thing in Mapleland, nor was it ever a thing in KMS. But I know it was a thing in GMS, which again is another aspect of how cash grabby and greedy Nexon NA was. Insane that you paid money for aesthetic items and it only lasted 90 days. That was not a thing in KMS. You buy a cash item, it was with you forever. Yeah, I know, right? A shocker. Me too. Looking back as a kid, I can't believe I accepted that as part of the game. I mean, what could I really do when you're just playing the game as a 13-year-old, 14-year-old? You're just like, well, I guess that's how it is. But me coming from the Korean server back with the KMS background, I remember looking at that and just feeling like, wow, that's really shitty. The shame that Mapleland never came to global. Agree, brother, agree. It is a shame. I think if classic flops, maybe Mapleland can look into expanding into the West. It'd be awesome if that ever happens. Cleric and Fire Poison get a 3-line attack for bossing. I like that. You're talking about Fire Arrow and Holy Arrow. They indeed get a buff. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, friend. I only wish you the best and blessing. Gracias. Igualmente. Fire Arrow having burn. Oh yes. You like damage over time, elemental affinities. I love all of that as well. A good time. I think any game that has elemental affinities and elemental attacks, weaknesses, if they incorporate it well, I think it's such a good incorporation into any type of game. Not just MMOs either, too. Like, if they can incorporate it into a MOBA, RTS, anything. I wonder what spear this guy's using. Oh, he's using a level 50 pole arm. I see. I see. I think we're almost done here. This party grind is coming to an end. We have about a minute left. 플랑크님 수고 많으십니다. 주무세요. 이 판하고 많이 피곤하실 텐데 시간이 많이 늦었을 텐데 한국은. Okay, that comes to an end for that party grind session. We have so many tails that we need to sell. This is at least 1 mil, maybe 500k for both. But there's a market for these, so we'll definitely sell these and get some money out of it. 2시, 4시 정시에 가봐야 해서 솔플 좀 하다가 갈게요. Okay, let's get rid of these right now. These. Can't believe I got no items no drops, and I grinded for 3 hours. Actually, I got 2 earrings, never mind. I got these level 60 earrings today, so can't really complain, right? Let's see. We're going to sell these Hector tails and white fang tails. Go to MapleLand GG. That's the auction house, a website, and we are going to sell these. Someone's buying it for, oh wow. Someone's buying it for 200 per pop. Nice. What we're gonna do, we're gonna copy his name from the auction board. Go to send. Ship out all of these white fang tails. So if each tail is 200 meso, what is 2 times 2? 4. 4,000, 40,000 per stack. Let's see how many stacks I have. 40,000 per stack. That's, how many stacks is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 40,000 per stack, 9, 360k, right? 360만 원이죠. 200원이면 개당. 개당 200원이면 3, 4 1800개니까 그쵸 36만원 맞네. 보내기 boom. Surprisingly, Hector tails are actually more expensive. Isn't that wild, guys? You would think white fang tails would be more expensive, but Hector tails are actually more. There's a guy that's buying it for 500 per pop. So this guy is buying it for 500 per pop. 지금 사는 사람이 있냐고요? 메이플랜드 지지해 보니까 있는데요. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1,000. Is that 500k? I believe that's 500k, right? 1,000. 500 per pop, 5,000. 50k, 500k. Yes. You pick. How we make money. 메이플랜드 시작한 지 며칠 되셨나요? 지금 한 4개월 정도 조금 지나가고 있는 거. Okay, let's see if I can get some event items that will give me EXP. Please, please, please. We're looking for the golden egg that says EXP on them. Everything else is pretty much useless. Come on, at least give me one. Come on, game. One, please. At least one. 하나만 제발. No. Terrible run. We have two more tries. We're gonna try 2 more times. Wow, they really don't want to give me any. Come on, bacon. Give me your eggs. Give me your EXP eggs. 아, 진짜 안 나오네요, 경험치. 간단한 날이. One, I got one. Nice. 하나라도 먹었다, 다행히도. Watch my EXP go up, guys. Boom, 20%, just like that. Bunch of useless items that I don't need. Actually, I could use I could use these 10% scrolls. So the golden pig belt that I'm wearing is +3 with 60% scrolls. So instead of a 60%, let's actually try to make a better one using 10% scrolls. Fail. Then we throw this one away. On a new belt, we're gonna try again, another 10% scroll. And fail, we throw that one away too. Kinda expected, but we gave it a try. We have one more entrance ticket. Let's see if we can get one more EXP egg. 빌드 들어갈 생각은 없으신가요? 아직까지는 별로 없습니다. Come on, one more egg, please. I can level with one more egg. Let me hit 68 today. Wow, no egg. No egg. Unfortunate. Okay, well at least I got one from the 3 tries. Not terrible. Oh, I used all my mana elixirs. That. We are going to solo grind for the rest of our time. See if we can level up. 하벌에서 마지막 1업 남은 거 5%만 올리고 가볼까 합니다. 한 95% 뭔가 아쉬워서. 프랑크님 안 피곤하세요? 피곤하실 것 같은데 시간이 많이 늦었는데 그냥 주무시는 게 어떨지. 피곤하시면 괜히 미안한데. 얘네들 주문서 주는 거 맞긴 한가요? 정말 한 20시간은 사냥한 거 같은데 장비템만 많이 나오고. 망민 주는 거 맞나요? 화이트팽? 화이트팽 망민 주는 거 맞아 이거? 정말 안 나오네요. 그쵸? 엄청 많이 사냥을 하는데도 돈 되는 주문서는 안 나오고, 맨날 나오면 뭐 다른 사냥터들도 그렇고 주문서를 득하면 투방, 빵방, 망방 이런 것들만 나오고 돈 되는 주문서는 절대 안 나와. 그러니까 여기 와서 사냥하는 이유가 주문서가 이제 고점이기는 하지만 그 기본 베이스가 아주 높은, 그래도 사냥하면서 돈이 벌리는 사냥터인 이유가 찰리 중사한테 교환을 해서 교환을 하면서 경험치를 받고 랜덤 종류의 보상을 받을 수 있는 거기 때문에 일단 그 기존에 존재하는 밑에 존재하는 베이스가 높다고 해야 되죠. 그래서 사냥터가 괜찮긴 하지만 헥터한테서 아마 망민 60%가 떨어지긴 한다고 나와 있어요, 메이플 노트에. 근데 절대 안 나오고 있거든요 지금. 제가 용기사 할 때도 사벌에서 많이 사냥을 해봤고 지금 시프 하면서도 한 20시간 이상은 한 것 같은데 절대 안 나오고 있어요. 어디지? 골렘의 숲에서도 많이 사냥을 했잖아요. 거기서도 시프하고 용기사 합치면 거기서 아마 시간을 더 많이 보냈을 것 같은데 거기서는 20시간이 뭐야, 한 90시간을 했다고 해도 과장이 아닐 정도로 용기사하고 시프 둘 다 합치면은 엄청난 시간을 보냈는데 강공을 먹어본 적이 없어요. 장비템은 한 100개 정도 먹은 것 같은데 진짜
거짓말 안 하고 엄청 많이 먹었거든요. 장비템은 장공만 빼고 다 먹어본 것 같아. 주문서 운이 없는 것 같아요. 제가 좀 물론 주니어 레이스 때 엄청난 주문서를 득하긴 했지만 일반 사냥하면서 그냥 사냥터에서 사냥하면서 몇 시간씩을 보내도 주문서가 안 나와요. 돈 되는 주문서가. AI다. AI 아닙니다. AI라고 하시는 분들이 많은데 근데 요즘 AI가 많이 발전하긴 해서 무섭긴 해요. 그쵸? 한국인이 3, 한국인입니다. What made you choose Bandit? I really like the playstyle of Bandit. I think bandits are cool. I think they're fancy. Their playstyle with different variety of skills that you can use. The interactive gameplay is fun. It's not just press one button like a Dragon Knight or like a Bowmaster. You use Assaulter. You use Savage Blow and Assassinate and Boomerang Step and all these different elements, different skills in the Bandit's kit keeps you pretty active. And it's fun to play. Bandits at level 80 with their full set is probably the most iconic set in the whole game. I think so. When bandits have their full set on, it's extremely cool. I love the bandits' headgear. I love the bandits' weapon. Their top and bottom and shoes. Everything is very iconic. What made you think about the current situation in global MapleStory? What do you think about the current situation in global MapleStory? I'm not a fan. If you're talking about modern MapleStory, I don't think it's MapleStory anymore. I think it's a different game. And the playstyle, the whole game design, I don't resonate with. I think it's one, it has too much aspect of gambling. Two, it's too much like an arcade. There's no element of MMO in the current MapleStory that exists right now. And I just wouldn't call it MapleStory, you know? Well, at least to the extent from what I know MapleStory to be. MapleStory to me, because I played since 2005, 2004, to me MapleStory was always like this. It's way too complicated. That's a really great point too. It's way too overly complex for no reason. You feel like you're doing a chore. It feels like a homework. There's always feel like you're being chased, and they want you to play the game. They want you to play the game. They try to keep you playing the game with the element of FOMO. You know, they're kind of desperate for you to not leave the game. So they keep adding these dailies and weeklies, and it just seems too... One, it seems too desperate for my attention. I feel like I'm always being chased. The feeling of FOMO is real. It's way too complicated. The whole introduction, when you start off the game, the fact that you have to watch an hour-long cutscene about a character's background story that you don't even care. Maybe once I played the character enough, and once you hit level 100, and I care enough to learn about the character's background, sure. But all the characters are homogenized, meaning they all play the same. They're essentially a different sorts of mage. You're a bow mage, you're a warrior mage. Everybody can do essentially everything. There's no concept of party grind, party training. All of these things are just not what I'm looking for in an MMO. They're very predatory too with how they want you to continuously spend money in the game. And yeah, it's just not for me. It's not what I like. It's kind of sad that MapleStory don't make new players. Only old ones return. They kill the game. They 100% kill the game. And it's sad to see that there's people that will defend the game in its current state. And you know, I guess it is what it is. And we just are two different people. You know, I play the game. I like the old MapleStory better because I'm not looking to get quick dopamine or stay 100% locked in or feeling like I have to do this battle pass or dailies or weeklies, feeling like I can't relax, like I constantly have things to do in an MMO, in a MapleStory. I want to come into MapleStory and relax, and if I want to be more locked in, more at the edge of my seat, on my toes, and be engaged, I'll go play League of Legends. I'll go play something else. There's so many games that already offer that MapleStory could really act as a sanctuary for a lot of people to just come and relax and socialize with people. And current MapleStory isn't that. You know, it just feels like another game that you can go and waste time mindlessly, and that's not what I'm looking for. Classic is the only reason I am coming back. Yep. Right. I leveled, guys. I got 2 more levels to go. 2업만 더 하면 3차네요. I did not know Steel was master level 30. I'm not gonna be able to master this. Oh well. It is what it is. Alright, let's go back to town. Congrats, by the way, close to 70. I know. 2 more levels and I can use Assaulter. I'm so happy. Back in 05, I used MapleStory as a game to relax to. My hardcore game was Halo, and when I needed a break, I would go to MS. I completely agree. It was the same thing for me. I would play a really intense FPS game called Sudden Attack. And after a few games, or a few hours of that, I would just want to go back to a game where steady progression and delayed gratification, something that I can chill. I yearn for that, you know, and MapleStory was exactly that for me. 미국은 지금 몇 시임? 미국 지금 이제 오후 2시가 다 돼갑니다. 미국은 근데 나라가 커서 여기는 오후 2시지만 동부 쪽이거든요. 서부 쪽은 이제 오전 11시. 시간차가 심해요. You know when they release Classic? I think there's no official release date yet. There's a lot of speculation, right? People are coming up with theory, speculation based on reasonable and soundable theories. And I think it's going to be April based off those speculations and what I've heard from people. April or May. Gonna hit 70 today? I don't think so. I actually have to go. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. So this is gonna be it for me for today. But I'll be on tomorrow. 영어 잘한다, 부럽다. 많이 오셔서 저하고 소통하시고 영어 들으시고 같이 공부하면서 소통하면 좋을 것 같아요. 공부도 되고 저도 한국어가 많이 부족한 면이 있기 때문에 한국어도 배울 수 있는 점이 굉장히 좋거든요. 다른 분들하고 이제 한국 분들하고 소통하면서. 어둠의 크리스탈 원석이 없네요. Yeah, man. I was VPN으로 하시는 건가요? 그렇습니다. Crazy how many people I've met lately who were the 0506 players. Seems people are genuinely interested. Yeah. No, I think Dan the Man is coming back. Everybody has good nostalgic memories from the past and they want to give MapleStory Classic a try. I started in 06 as well. 그냥 한국인인데요. 한국 사람입니다. 혼혈일 뿐이지 뿌리는 한국에 깊이 뿌리 박혀있는 한국인입니다. Hope this channel grows with classic release. Thanks man, I appreciate it. 한국말 너무 잘하신다, 발음까지. 감사합니다 여러분, 좋은 말 해주셔서. 저는 이만 시간이 2시가 다 되어가지고 볼 일이 오늘 있어서 좀 일찍 가보도록 하고, 많은 분들이 시청해 주시고 계신데 새로 오신 분들 동영상 라이브 방송 좋아요 한 번씩만 눌러주시고 같이 많이 소통하면서 지낼 수 있도록 제가 월 6일 월요일부터 토요일 한국 시간 기준 저녁 11시부터 방송하고 있으니까 많이들 오셔서 같이 소통하면서 재밌게 편하게 메이플 스토리 즐기면서 지냈으면 좋겠어요. So that's it. This is it for me today, guys. Thanks for tuning in again. A lot of people came back. A lot of my viewers that come to see me every day came back and spent more time with me today. I appreciate you tuning in and spending time with me. A lot of great combos today. Had a great time. Couldn't get to 70, but we're close. Hopefully tomorrow or maybe next week. But give this video a like. Let's get this video hyped up so other people can see our stream and join us in our interesting conversations that we have every day. And also subscribe. If you're new to the channel, subscribe to my channel. And yeah, and come back and hang out with me tomorrow as well. I also recently became a partnered YouTube partner. And with that partnership, and at 1,000 subscribers, I also unlock another tier of partnership, which is coming soon, and you guys don't have to worry about that. But on the first level that I unlocked about a month ago, not about a month ago, maybe a week or two ago, it unlocked a system called membership. So if you guys have the leniency and the availability, consider joining and becoming a member of my stream. So you can get a unique badge next to your name and members only emotes that you can use to communicate with me. And I also post on YouTube my personal life, things that I'm going through or whatever it is, a picture of myself, me at the gym, or just sharing, just being more personable on YouTube with my members. So anyways, today was a great day, great stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.